The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the moral cartography of Africa's modern history, Archbishop Desmond Tutu stands as a luminous symbol of ethical resistance, spiritual humanism, and moral courage. Born in 1931 in South Africa at the height of racial segregation, Tutu emerged from a society fractured by apartheid to become one of the most influential voices for justice, reconciliation, and human dignity. As an Anglican cleric, Tutu transformed the pulpit into a moral tribunal against injustice. He insisted that faith must not remain neutral in the face of oppression. For him, silence in the presence of injustice was not merely passive, it was ethically complicit. His activism against apartheid was therefore grounded not only in political resistance but in a deeper philosophical conviction that justice is a moral imperative intrinsic to human civilization. This principled struggle, pursued through nonviolent resistance and moral persuasion, earned him the Nobel Peace Prize in 1984, recognizing his unwavering commitment to peaceful transformation and human rights. Yet perhaps his most profound historical role emerged after the fall of apartheid, at the moment when South Africa risked descending into cycles of vengeance and historical retaliation. Tutu chaired the Truth and Reconciliation Commission established under the leadership of Nelson Mandela. Through this commission, he helped pioneer a bold philosophical experiment in restorative justice, a process that privileged truth-telling, moral accountability, and forgiveness as instruments of national healing. Instead of institutionalizing revenge, Tutu championed reconciliation as a higher ethical pathway for a building society. Central to his worldview was the African philosophical principle of Ubuntu, a humanistic ontology that affirms the interconnectedness of existence. Ubuntu proposes that the individual does not exist in isolation, but within a web of shared humanity. I am because we are. For Tutu, this idea was not merely cultural rhetoric, it was a philosophical foundation for governance, ethics, and social relations. His leadership embodied several enduring philosophical virtues: moral courage, ethical integrity, compassionate humanism, and a commitment to normative justice, the belief that societies must be structured around fairness, dignity, and moral responsibility. Throughout his life, Tutu consistently reminded leaders that power devoid of ethical restraints becomes tyranny, while leadership anchored in conscience becomes a force for liberation. For the present generation of leaders across Africa and the world, his life offers enduring lessons. Leadership must transcend the mere pursuit of authority and instead embody ethical stewardship. Political power must serve the common good rather than private interest, and reconciliation rather than division must guide national development. Ultimately, the legacy of Desmond Tutu reveals a profound philosophical truth that the highest form of leadership is not domination, but moral guidance, not control, but compassion, not power, but principled service to humanity. In remembering Archbishop Desmond Tutu, we are reminded that history is often shaped not by the loudest voices of power, but by the quiet yet unwavering authority of conscience. Echoes of the past, where history speaks and wisdom continues to illuminate the path of leadership.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, They dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex. In regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria, the problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
It is with joy that we welcome you to this edition of Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that has identified the importance of safety and then moves for heightened measures for the security of lives and property to the benefit of mankind and, of course, to the well-being of mankind. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, our TikTok, and also on our YouTube at Aneke TV. And I assure you, you will not regret you did. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. And today, we are here to examine the implications of insecurity to the Nigerian citizens. Thank you so much. Good enough, I am here with another set of high-profile personalities who are here, or of course, who made our list to be on the show today as our guest. By my left is the Executive Director, Heroine Women Foundation, who also measures as the President, Women Support Women for Human Empowerment and Mentorship Initiative, Wosuwo. Ambassador Onyinye Mama, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mika.
And again, I have the former Director, Research and Quality Assurance Department, NAPTEP, and he is also a senior lecturer, Faculty of Education, Gulf University, Enugu. Dr. Mark Ugoke, you're welcome on the show.
Yeah, it's a pleasure being here.
All right, Ambassador Joy, how are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Mark, me looking at your face glittering,
yes,
I know you are very fine today. Yes, I am. All right, let me start with you, Ambassador Joy.
Yeah.
You and I know that insecurity is an evil wind that blows nobody any good. Yes, how does it look like it has come to stay in Nigeria?
All right, so I think immediately after life is two key components that makes life really essential, and that is feeding and being alive. And if being alive entails a lot, it entails security. But no, the name Nigeria looks almost synonymous with the word insecurity. For a person, I just came down from Abuja, I haven't attended a workshop. I'll be plying the road of Akwa Ibom for another 3 days workshop. But since the day I got that mail and notification that I will be going on the road, I will fly through the road to Akwa Ibom because there's no connecting flight from Enugu to Akwa Ibom, I've lost my pace. Primarily because you don't know what will be both the harbingers and the proceeds of the people who will come from the wild bush, come from the street, stop with their car, and I pray God it doesn't happen, because the average thinking, proper news ready Nigeria is always ready to hear that something happened on the road. You know, so many years back, 15, 17 years back, it was just a tickle of news here and there. But right now, you could in a day hear Borno, hear Kaduna, hear Uzowani, hear Anambra, hear Bayelsa, and it continues to become a norm that Nigerians cannot live without hearing that children have been adopted. Every Nigerian is privy to the information of the recently rescued 47 children and their teachers. You could look at the vulnerability and the fragility of the persons who were adopted by those kingpins into the wild bush of Orile, and they stayed for 50-something days. Your mind could not really marinate through what those children went through for those 50-something days. And so we keep hearing Nigeria insecurity. You know, so many countries of the world are bedeviled with social instances and friction. But worst of it all is the case of poverty and insecurity. Which insecurity it's almost fighting off to be on the number one of our ladder in the Nigerian society.
Before you continue, thank you so much for that. Dr. Mark, I'm seeing goose pimple all over you, hearing that it's like a norm. Insecurity has been like a norm in Nigeria. I'm not worried about that.
I'm worried about that because apart from the one we are talking about, kidnapping and all the rest, there are a lot of things that has to do with insecurity. You talk about even food insecurity. Because when people are not even fed, when people are hungry, it could also escalate the other aspect of insecurity. Poverty could also lead to that. And of course, if you are talking about the poverty index of Nigeria is very high, right? So these are the things that accumulate to insecurity, and that is why it continues to take different dimensions at different points. It's not the way it happened in Enugu that it will happen in Kaduna. It's not the way it happened in Kaduna that it will happen in Zafra. Sometimes they will tell you that the one in Zafra is because of, what do you call it, solid minerals, that they don't have a fleet there, but you see a plane going there to carry some of the minerals. It's not the same way it happens. In some areas, people could be kidnapped and kept inside the house, right? In the other place, they could kidnap and they keep them inside the bush. So it depends on what triggered it. And because we have different dimensions of it, it becomes very difficult to solve. And that is why Nigeria is not finding it funny, you know, to handle insecurity in the country, because you don't even know who is actually doing it.
Yeah.
There is one. Okay, go on. There's one rich man. What is he? Is he rich? That was involved in kidnapping in Anambra, from Anambra in Lagos, Evans. You understand? The man wasn't poor. He made money from kidnapping, but he continued, right? So that one is another version of his own. And it was happening, the one that is happening now is more complex because, you know, they take a lot of people inside the bush. If it is now that you take somebody and keep him inside a house, it's easy for police to track it. But these ones that are inside the thick forest, in fact, I read on the newspaper where they say the drones, the forest in, is it Orile or Orire?
Orile.
that it was so thick that the drones could not detect and could not detect their position. That's why they had to use ground force to be able to locate. Those ones are quite complex, and you don't know how far you will trek before you get to the point because of landmines and all the rest that could be laid along the pathways. So it's actually a new dimension, a new issue that is creating a lot of problem in Nigeria. None of us, nowhere is safe in the country now, as well. Even in anywhere.
That nowhere is very safe in the country.
Even within the city.
Ambassador Joy, you can see him, you can hear how he's mentioning the dimensions of it. And that is almost from him, it looks impossible to be tracked or to maybe bring it to book the way it should be to a country like Nigeria.
Let me tell you, the complexity of the insecurity that has given birth to a multitude of things we never sought after is largely connected to religious bigotry, right? Fanaticism gave birth to the greatest kingpins of kidnapping in Nigeria. Because a larger percentage of the guys who perpetrate this act do not even understand come. Because what we do from this side of the world is information. And information comes and tells you that it happened in Borno, it happened in Zamfara, it happened in Jigawa, it happened in Sokoto, and maybe one of the kingpins is apprehended. And you come to see their face, and you come to see their language, you notice it's practically a larger percentage of the people from that side. So it's connected to people wanting to amass a portion of the Nigerian land and be adversely included. And also the anger of wanting to be part of the political circle that dictates the tone of Nigeria. On another side is the black boy locals. That's what I call them. The boys from the downside here, who are also angry with unemployment, angry with poverty, angry with the rich getting richer. And so they try to emulate the culture of the people who taught them insecurity by also adopting their own brothers. Because we've had stories of boys who were apprehended, and they say the people who kidnapped us are Igbo boys. And they begin to also act like the stories we're hearing, that they kidnapped 10 people, they have murdered 3. And within myself, I'm asking myself, the lowest class of the people are the people who ply the road. Big men don't go the road. And so if you're angry at poverty and you apprehend another poor man and you slaughter him, and you make demands on the head of the poor man who also is suffering the weight of the same poverty you're suffering, you've not gotten to the tail of the issue. The issue is that the big guys are not around for you to kidnap. We've not, I mean, if we profiled series of the stories that have followed kidnapping,
one wonders if they are doing that actually to solve a problem.
It's not even commensurate to the number of the people we all are angry with, because they are the Bujajees, they are the people who have the money, and they don't ply the road. So
but do you think they are doing that to solve the problem?
They are not doing it to solve the problem. The triggers are also poverty. Remember we mentioned economic drivers, right? So if poverty induces you to pick another poor person, and you place a bounty on the head of that person, and you say, bring 10 million naira, the person is almost as poor as you are. And then they start selling land and calling people and opening. I've been in series of WhatsApp groups where we kept contributing money to salvage an adoptee. So it's trying to wear out the weight of your anger on another angry person. Because if we have a commensurate number of the big guys who will just with a snap of the finger pay the ransom that has been bounted on their head, kidnapping will look even more fun for the low class. But the low class suffer the abduction, suffer the penury, suffer the intricacies that are connected to the abduction that is carried out by the poor man on top of the poor man. And so the anger of kidnapping intensifies.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll come back to that. The anger of kidnapping intensifies. Let us come to the drawing board. And today our focus is really on the implications of this insecurity directly to the Nigerian citizens. Yes.
Oh, it has a lot of implications. It has a different implication educationally, you know, people are scared to be in school. What do you call it, in commerce, people are finding it difficult to move from one place to the other. Ordinarily, somebody would want to go to Lagos to sell his product, you know, by road, if he feels so, that it's cheaper for him. But now, he'll be thinking of going through by the air because of the insecurity, and that may be costly, and that may result in his adding, cost into the overall cost of his product he will want to sell. You understand? Then internationally, of course, you know that if your country is rated as an insecure country and you are going there, one, they will be scared that you may come with that mindset, and that you are part of that system that created that unwholesome act in this country. So why come into our own country? You understand? Now, it also has effect on the cost of living. People can't go to farm, right? People can't do anything freely. In fact, if you go to some what do you call it, communities, you can hardly see anybody. There was a time I was watching on a WhatsApp group. There's one community in Edo State. They've all vacated that place. This is a community they've lived for a very long time. Even in Ebonyi here, there is one community, Effium. I don't know whether you know that Effium. Effium used to be a very business and well-developed community. But if you go there, it's now a ghost of itself. In fact, you can hardly find a human being in Effium now. But those days, in the 80s, in the 90s, Effium used to be a very busy and enterprising community, you know, with enterprising young men coming from that place. They had schools. In fact, there was one of a proprietor of a school that was a close friend of mine. He was running the school in that place, but the school, long time, has been closed down. So the education system has been bastardly affected by the insecurity in that place and in any other section of Nigeria. So
we seem to have a lot of dimensions to talk about. Yes, almost at the same time. But let's quickly look at how the insecurity is affecting the economic hardship in Nigeria.
All right, so while Prof was talking, I also thought about infrastructural depletion and misuse. Because you notice that some of the houses that were identified by these perpetrators to be a place of habitation has been raised down. Now, these were people's structures, hard-earned money, being brought down because they don't want it to be a harvest net for the kidnappers. So someone's hard-earned money was now marked red to be brought down because it was someone's nest. So it begins to affect people both psychologically. Some of the people that bought lands in interior places. And as you're going to that interior place, you're coming into that house, maybe you left it half built, to notice that there are movements, you know, gun, pistols, bullets, stove, mattresses. Before you know it, the government will meet that house and they will tag it down. So there's a lot of psychological disbalance in the society. People are not happy, people are worried, people are scared. And on the side of agriculture is huge. Because if we don't have production, we will not have anything to leverage on. That is so dependent on importation. And as far as importation continues, we will continue to be impoverished. Because we are supposed to have local mass production, which commonly comes from places like Nsukka, places like Ebonyi, places like Uboka. And so these women are scared to the brim to go to the bush, to the farmland. We used to have farm settlements, if you remember, where families will repatriate from their homes back to the bushes, settle their family, and just be living as if they live in the bush. Who dares run that affair now? So some of the things that promoted increase of agricultural products, you know, exportation of things as small as obono, akinu, ginger, turmeric, cucumber that grows in our own local soil have stopped. And I tell you, if this continues, the prices of things will continue to escalate. You ask yourself, I just have 100,000 in my bag. I've not bought anything. I just got fuel. And I just picked carrots or onions. Where is my 100,000? And it continues to happen every day. Because the escalation of prices will so hit all of us. And the pity falls back on the low and average income earners of the society. And come to think of that, how many of us are even earning well? And then how many of us that are earning well, how many of us are being owed the salaries that you're not even earning well from? So insecurity is a fulcrum upon which the government needs to sit back and have a strong roundtable discussion. They will start with telling themselves the truth. I don't know the aspect of the security we are going to, but if I have to pour my heart, there may be some things I will say, maybe next time.
Okay, Dr. Mark, don't you think we are running the risk of food inflation if this continues?
Yeah, certainly there will be inflation in the cost of food items because a lot of people are not going to farm. Besides that, you know, there's one fundamental thing. Across the world, the greatest employer of labor is agriculture, right? That sector of the economy is now being destroyed. There used to be, there's a place, I have a property down inside Nike. Those days, the people, the villagers, they used to go there and farm in the early 80s, early 90s. But now, nobody dare go there, right? Besides, you look at the kind of people we have in the country now, the youths. How many of them are even interested to go to farm? Even if the farm is safe. Everybody wants to make money. You go to big cities, you see a lot of young boys that are paying over 2 million naira per flat, and they're not doing anything. Right? And ordinarily, those days, these are the kind of people that will assist in production of food items that could serve as raw materials to industries, you understand? Or so as you can even give it to serve as materials that people will buy as food items and keep in the house. But those things are now going. So certainly there will be terrible inflation in the country because of the cost of food item, which will certainly escalate. Because the population is increasing. Yeah. You understand? And the farmland is decreasing. Not only because of the insecurity. People are developing properties and all the rest, and you know land is not a renewable resource. You understand? It's a fixed asset. So it doesn't increase. While the population is increasing, you are building more houses, the land is decreasing. Now, the remaining one, the insecurity doesn't allow people to go there and farm. Can you imagine? See, these are where we are now. And let me tell you, the cost of food item this year and late last year was a little bit considerate. Do you know why? Because government decided to import grains. Yeah. And they subsidized that price. So that's why we're able to afford that. You remember that when Buhari was there, he wanted to encourage farmers by placing a ban on imported items. But it was then that it became very clear that Nigerians cannot feed themselves. And the price were thrice what we're having today. You understand? And so when this government came and saw that it will be out of hand if they allow that policy to continue, they decided to reverse it to enable importation into the country. And the many people that were even storing grains and all the rest last year and even early this year, they lost because the cost of storage was higher than what the price became after all because of that importation.
Okay, Dr. Mark, thank you so much. Your submission has been very wonderful. But then, Ambassador Joy, I want you to be emphatic speaking on how this insecurity affects the cost of living in Nigeria.
All right, so currently, I do not know how much of the intelligence you allow on the program, but I know that the ages of the boys who go also as secondary kidnappers, these are informants, syndicates, assailants, they also promote the high cost of living. Like Prof said, 21-year-old boy is paying for 2-bedroom self-con, 2 million. How do you know about money? Do you understand money? Have you ever taken care of a family? Because the real fathers will not be happy to pay for 2 million over just a room and a flat because they have children and a wife to take care of. But the young boys, they land on Mercedes, land on big houses and escalate. You know, when I keep using this word escalate, that's what is happening every now and then in the current society. Everything in the society is escalated. So in emphasis, the price of the items and products we procure from the market, apart from rice, that the government, like Prof explained, gave a leverage on because he allowed importation. Rice has gone down, but aside from rice, every other thing is still on increase. If you pick a little yam because it's locally produced, they will tell you a price that you want to wonder. Is the person telling you the price of the whole yam that she's carrying, or is it just this one? And she's telling you, madam, this is the price. And if she removes money, she will remove just 1,500. This is yam we used to buy 250.
Yes.
And then the biggest size of yam ever that you want to carry and go and do Thanksgiving in church will be 1,000 or 1,500, and people will be admiring the size of the yam. Now, if you want to carry that size of yam for one yam, is 7,000.
Yes.
8,000. The normal small size of yam is 3,500. Then the family where the mother earns 30,000, and the husband with all his transportation and everything earns 100,000. Tell me how they will be buying yam and buying gari and buying. They haven't bought all the things they will use to cook yam and rice. And then the child is coming to have headache. By afternoon, the school fees is sending a circular for school fees. And so, if insecurity is not tackled, so people come out. People will have to come out to canvass for business, go to school, go to their farms, speak out. If you stay at home, you won't make money. I will need to meet with him and say, oh God, you have something for me in your office. I speak well, I write well. And he will say, Nina, come, let me give you a trial. But when I'm insecure and I'm at home, I will be both poor, covered, and inexperienced. So, in emphasis, at the beginning, I said, poverty is synonymous to insecurity. Once you're insecure, you will not leverage from common things that we call social amenities, because you'll be restricted to either move, react, or talk. Insecurity will even make you not say the truth where you're supposed to say the truth.
Yes.
Because you're scared of who is beside you, who is listening to you, and who is carrying your message to where you don't know. Even in the office, your boss, who knows what is the real thing to do? Even you people as the media, for this case of insecurity, there are truths you cannot just blow. There are truths you cannot let fly. Because you don't know what is happening. You don't know who is on the monitor. Even the police, they are restricted. Because insecurity has a syndicacy. And if it has a syndicacy, you don't know who is the mastermind behind the syndicacy. So even when the police are expected to quickly come and salvage the situation, they are asking you, madam, just make sure you know what you are saying. They know you know what you are saying. It's just that they will not come to use their life and put on the penal to prove to you that they are police. After all, police, they are human beings. They are people's husbands and brothers. So they keep asking you questions. So you bring your phone down and stop expecting them to play Jesus. If we want to dissect insecurity, we probably will not go home. And at some point, all of us will be angry. Because there's so much connected to the insecurity. And even when it starts looking like a norm, it's even more deadly. I look at my child who is going to school just a few miles away from my residence, and I'm frightened. I'm frightened because I've seen them pick children from school. I'm frightened because I don't even know the gatesman who is not from this side of the country. If he is also a gang up, or you don't know who you are scared of. And it has gotten to that point.
It's a problem.
So it has really eaten deep into our own nature's fabric that even when you want to let it slide and act as if it's not a thing, we shouldn't regard it. You will hear something that will keep you on your toes, and you will truly regard it. The children and the teachers from Oyo State were rescued. On that same day, another set of children were adopted from Kogi, where they went to write Sneko.
Yes.
It's coming to a point where children will raise war against families about going to school. Because you can't be sending me to go and enter the bush. And parents will now start explaining to their own children, I'm not sending you to be kidnapped, so I'm sending you to be somebody in the society. And your children will wage war against you. Because what is the explanation that a child will enter a classroom, the most safe place in the world before? And from that classroom, I will enter a place of peril, a place of no definition, a place of something you see in the movies. You see a 2-year-old child stripped of her clothing, being battered up, and go hungry for days, and there's no explanation. The word insecurity, if it doesn't frighten any reasonable person in Nigeria as of today, then that person...
As a matter of fact, it does. Honestly speaking, we have got to the point where we can't predict the next moment.
Sorry.
Yes. So, Dr. Ugoke, thank you so much. We want to observe a short break now. When we are back from the break, we'll look at it from the physical dangers and displacement as a result of insecurity. Thank you so much, our viewer, for being there. We want to observe just a short break. Don't go away.
Thank you.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
It just says looks good.
Well, thank you so much from the back from the short break. We are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Our topic for today has been the implications of this insecurity to the Nigerian citizens. And I've been here with two strong voices. One is the Executive Director, Heroine Women Foundation, and then the President, Women Support Women for Human Empowerment and Mentorship Initiative, Ambassador Onyinye Joy Mama. And then I have the former Director, Research and Quality Assurance Department, NATEP, and who is also a senior lecturer, Faculty of Education, the Gospel University, Enugu here. Dr. Mark Ugoke, let's continue.
Oh, thank you.
All right, before we went on the short break, we were talking about the dangers and the displacement this insecurity has caused to the Nigerian citizens. Please take it off from there.
Okay, the displacement is obvious. I mentioned earlier what happened at a film. Is of course, you know about IDPs that are all over the place now. I don't know whether they have IDP in Enugu, but in some other states, in Edo, I know quite a good number of them. In fact, at a point when I was working with my former establishment, we were going there to conduct exams for them at the IDP center. We'll go there, register them, and go there and conduct the exam, because it has become a place for the children to grow far away from there where they were born and brought up. So they would settle there, and in fact they had a school that was made by the government, a mini school like that, so that they will be able to access education. So a lot of people have been displaced. Then a lot of other things that have been happening, like movement of food items and all the rest, are the things that are part of the insecurity that we're having in the country. For instance, I could produce yam. Benue State used to be the basket of the food basket of the nation. Those towns around Benue, like Enugu, Ubolafo, and all the rest, there's a market there, Uyibeze or something like that. If you go there, you could get food at a very low cost. But now, it's no longer there because the Benue, most of them are out of their houses. They've been driven away from their farms and even from their homes. So they cannot settle to produce any food item. Now, those people that are in IDP centers, they don't have the freedom. They don't have access to go and farm. So they are just there at the mercy of the government. Anything they have, they will go and give them. So you could see a lot of people coming out from that IDP centers without anything they are doing. But there are a lot of reasons why this insecurity are increasing. Insecurity issues are increasing. Joblessness, lack of skills, lack of interest in children developing skills, lack of education, you understand? Because the kind of education we had those days is not the same thing with what we're having now. Because those days you make more efforts. You know, during our presentation the other time, when we were talking about performance of students, I was telling you that we have a lot of what do you call it, educational platform that enable children access learning, you know, easier than what we were having those days. But you can never get things with ease without making good effort. Those days we do make a lot of effort to be educated, but nowadays children are not willing to learn. Then when you want them to go and learn some skills, nobody is willing to work, to go and learn as an apprentice or any other way of getting themselves empowered so that they'll be able to get food on their table. Let me also give you an instance. You know, when we were growing up, is either you are in school or you are under apprenticeship, right? Those two are mandatory, either trading apprenticeship or skill apprenticeship. That is, you are learning a trade, or you have gone to join somebody who will bring you up and empower you at the end of the completion of training. And when people are talking about empowerment and all the rest, they are only concerned about giving people money. No. If you give somebody who doesn't have a skill money, he will not do anything with it. He will just spend the money anyhow. And that is why you see a lot of these people that are into Yahoo business and all the rest. They will have a lot of money. They wouldn't know how to invest it because they are not skilled. Any of them that is skilled, we will see that once he gets that money, he'll be able to invest it in something. And because they don't have a way of investing their money to be able to be yielding profit or getting more money for themselves, they will continue in that act of doing what they're doing, including kidnapping, including ritual killing, including whatever bad things that are associated, all other vices that are associated with this, that we're experiencing in the society now. So,
okay, thank you so much. Ambassador Joy, you and I know that a lot of schools have been shut down on the account of this insecurity. And Dr. Wike is saying that it is a demerit on the side of our Nigerian citizens. Now, I want you to look at it from the angle of lack of access to health care services as a result of insecurity.
Well, so largely I would not attribute blames on the healthcare sector, because if you want to talk about access to the healthcare center, you must be sick for you to say you cannot leverage from the health access.
But how does the insecurity affect people's opportunities to access the healthcare services?
Well, so if insecurity happened in a place where it's inaccessible, where the road network to the hospital is either not proximal for the victim, or the facility does not have the necessary maybe vehicle or ambulance to help pick the person, there it will adversely affect the survivor of kidnapping, and in that way it has affected access. So, and would we say that there should be hospital in every bush and every nook and cranny? So adversely is proximity, is if we have health facilities, how equipped, what do they have? Because in the past 6 months, I've had information around hospitals not having oxygen and people give up. And I'm telling myself, in 21st century, with all the world is working on, and with all the budget code in the Nigerian budget, how come oxygen, the one that will help supply of air to keep a man alive, is always an issue in top government hospitals? So imagine a victim who has just been helped from the bush, and they drive as far as 100 or 10,000 kilometers to the hospital. It's already affecting insecurity and its access. And then probably they land in the health facility and there's no certified medical practitioner. It could just be someone that was taught over a week how to give injection. And so somebody you're supposed to put oxygen, you're giving them chlorophenical injection with paracetamol. By the end of the evening, the person is popping up black through their veins, and before you know it, the person dies. They say yes, kidnappers hit them block on their head, and they came to a hospital and they died. So healthcare issues are also supposed to be taken particular in places where people cannot easily access aid and help. So you see, we keep saying it, if it is a palm tree, insecurity is the stem, the people is the tree, poverty is the root. So immediately after poverty, you find insecurity, and then you find your whole people. And all the other problems you find on that tree is connected to these two lines that came up. Because even if you were apprehended by an abductor, and you can help yourself because you have money, you will leverage from a lot of portals. But because you don't have money, you will still, in fact, the people who raise money for you will be telling you that they have not even helped themselves, let alone contributing another money for you to go to the hospital with. And actually, they don't have. So when you x-ray the issues and the disadvantages that is connected to insecurity and inaccessibility of health facilities, it's also a humongous factor.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Mark, I want you to place side by side the high level of insecurity we have in Nigeria and the high level of unemployment we have in Nigeria.
Okay, how do I say it? Two of them are correspondingly on the increase, you understand? Because you cannot isolate unemployment from insecurity. In fact, the major factor of insecurity is unemployment, because those days when people are gainfully employed, right, you can hardly see anybody who will be thinking of going to kidnap anybody. You don't even have that time to plan. So the growing unemployment in the country, which I've earlier mentioned, was caused by bad educational system, in the refusal of our youths to take to apprenticeship, bad government policies that does not think of coming up with things that will address economic policies, both physical, micro and macroeconomic policies that they will use to address insecurity, unemployment. These are the things that are causing insecurity. It's not as if Nigeria is the worst hit. And it's also not as if it cannot be addressed. Insecurity cannot be addressed. It can. It is just for government to be quite deterministic to handle it the way it's supposed to handle it. There was a time I listened to a television program where the Zamfara state governor granted an interview. He said that they know these people, they grow up in a place, we know where they are, but he cannot command that arrest, that the people that will do that is from above. Which means that if he has that authority, he may be able to address that issue. You know, of course, it's no longer news that the government is thinking of a state police. Perhaps they are thinking that instead of waiting for federal government. Perhaps each state will be able to handle themselves. So these are things government is thinking, but they've not also thought of the issue of unemployment. Unless government decides to go back to the roots and find a way of introducing skills, employable skills for our educational system, the unemployment will continue to rise. Let me give you an instance. We are talking about experiential learning. Experiential learning is not just when you are in school, you graduate from the school and you go and look for work. No, experiential learning is a situation whereby you are in school and you are also working. That is the thing that will give you a job.
Working to earn salaries?
Yes, we're working to earn salary or to be on your own. Skill. You understand? Or to be with somebody. You understand? For instance, if you
I'm thinking of how that would be a possibility. Because one has to concentrate in school to be able to make good grades.
What are you saying?
Practical learning.
What do you mean? Do you know what they call CYs? That is students that while in school, after some time you go to an industry to have an online experience, one-on-one experience. If you go to technical college, we're
talking about industrial training, IT?
Yes, industrial training. Industrial training. That's another way of industrial training.
At least that is structured. Within that period of time, you are off from school.
But the system is killing it. Because that was original plan. While in school, during holidays, you go, or after 2 years, you find a place where you have online, or rather real-time experience of what you have been taught in school. You understand? For instance, those of them that are studying law, you know, if you're in law school, right, at a point, about 6 months, you will be in the court, or you will be in a private firm. Those are examples of experiential learning, because you have to gain real field experience for you to take it back to the school, to the academic, and join two of them to become a good lawyer. So, if you're also in a technical college, I went to monitor exam at Agbo Technical College. There's something I observed there. The principal went and aggregated these trade workers, the people that are into full repair, plumbing and pipe fitting, aggregated around the school premises, because Agbo Technical College is at the heart of Agbo City, you understand? So he built a good workshop for all of them outside the school, you understand? So once is time during break, some children will come there. You know, if you are into plumbing and pipe fitting, you just you have a master that we call those people master trainers. You have a master that will just attach yourself a little bit during holidays. You go and spend your holidays there. You understand? That's what he did. Those are experiential learning, and these are the kind of things we should introduce in our educational system to be able to get the children out of employment or unemployment. Okay. Let me also give you
before you do that, I want to ask Ambassador Joyce something, because I'm looking at what you said, that unemployment is a major factor of insecurity. That's what he said. And I am thinking, or I want to ask you this: does it mean that if jobs are created now, employment opportunities offered, would that stop insecurity?
So initially, if you recall, I said there's a complex side of factors that also inject insecurity, which is religious bigotry, right? So, but a larger portion of the eastern side of the insecurity is connected to Igbo boys who do not have anything doing. The Igbo man is structured to be commercialized, industry-minded, money-making person. So, if they have an avenue, let me tell you, every Igbo man, if he makes 1 naira every day, he won't even come and sit with you and remember a bottle of beer. We know ourselves. We are structured that way. But a situation where both the fathers and the brothers, or the fathers and the men who are waiting for sources to be opened up, now see those sources have been, knitted up. They result to some things you won't believe our boys do. There is no Igbo well-bred person who would prefer to be a kidnapper, a killer, or whatever in the bush than working to make a living. We honor making money ourselves. But we have a larger percentage of the factories and infrastructures very, very deficient in this side of the world. Even as at this moment, we don't have added industries and factories in the southeast. So, and I also had recently the one who has a large employment capacity, what's the name? Innocent. He has moved to Ghana. I don't know how correct that information is. So you can imagine how many thousands of young people that lost their job because of that attrition. So unemployment is a concern, terrible, primary concern. But on the other side of the national kidnapping is religious fanaticism, which we all understand, which happened from baptizing it from Western education to terming it Boko Haram to having sets. Now we have 5 sets who the level of ammunitions and arsenals they have, 2 small African nations put together cannot even deploy such arsenals. But we're saying common errors of insecurity, which is unemployment. For us down here in the south is because I believe your concern should start from home to the national. What is making our boys to also be part of that circle of evil?
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Wike, I don't know if you have noticed this obvious mass exodus of skilled professionals from Nigeria to other countries.
Brain drain.
Yes.
Yeah, it's there because people...
How has it have anything to do with insecurity?
What it has to do with insecurity is that the best brain are living, and these best brain are the people that, if they're in the country, you understand? You know, good work regenerates another good work. If you are in Nigeria and you're able to establish a small thing, you definitely employ 1 or 2 persons. Is it not somebody that established this radio? If he had left this country, he wouldn't have been here. And even if he's a couple, he's paying people that are working here. Nobody would have employed them. So the way people are leaving the country is part of the thing that is also leading to unemployment and insecurity. Because I told you that they are directly related. Insecurity and unemployment are directly related. Okay. And I want to give you one statistics. I hope you know that it's over 2 million Nigerians that write JAMB annually. And in the admission process, they've never taken more than 400,000. So about 1.6 million of those school sat students who are aspiring to be in the university will not be in the university, and they don't have skill to be on their own. So you see, these are the issues that government needs to address. The current government is taking a decisive efforts to try to make technical colleges to be viable. But even if the technical colleges are viable, where would they work?
Okay, you'll give us more of that. Yeah. Ambassador Joe, I want you to also look at briefly on the aspect of Nigeria, the exodus of the Nigeria youth to other countries looking for stability and better life.
So it's brain drain, and people don't just move. People move because the condition is not favorable. So, like I told you, I'll be going to Akwa Ibom next week. And part of the night cry I've had is that I'll apply the road. Because they have checked up my flight and they say there is no direct flight from Enugu to Akwa Ibom. So you can imagine a certified medical practitioner or a banker or a teacher or a nurse who sees that she will be plying the same road where they say people get easily kidnapped, and the person will not start preparing her visa to go to as small as Ghana or even Togo or even Rwanda. You travel to these countries and you wonder if these countries are truly African countries. It amazes me to see where we have left ourselves as Nigerians and where these people who are bending under us have also kept themselves. Is there a mathematics that we don't want to solve or puzzle or something? I don't know. There's something about the Nigerians. So if a reasonable professional sees that there's always mounted risk, either in his state, in his community, in his building. Remember the last Abuja kidnap incidents? They came into a 3-story building, climbed to the last floor, and that girl who was an international beauty pageant that works with her eyes flew from her 3rd story building to the floor, and she died on the spot. Because she couldn't preempt what could be.
Okay, round off. I want to, this is an opportunity for you to speak to Nigeria youth who are leaving the country en masse. Just be brief.
You see, I wouldn't want Nigerian youths to put my face to the advice of not leaving this country. But I will tell you, home is home. And you can join forces to build your skill. Start something small. You mustn't start it huge. And don't be part of the circle or the group or the unit that will desire to, employ themselves through vices instead of virtue. So stick around. If there's something you can do to help the country better, do it from your small circle. Okay,
that is taken. Thank you so much, the former director. The executive director, Heroine Women Foundation, and then the president, Women Support Women for Human Empowerment and Mentorship Initiative. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And thank you so much, the former director, Research and Quality Assurance Department, NATEV, and the senior lecturer, Faculty of Education, Gulf University, Enugu. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you also for being there. This is the much we can take from this particular topic for today. Thank you also for being there. We'll continue by next time. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, saying bye-bye.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. And I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Vice President Kashim Shettima directs local government councils to lead implementation of the Nutrition 774 initiative to combat malnutrition nationwide. China provides additional funding to strengthen Africa's CDC's Ebola response efforts in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. The details of the news. Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima has directed local government chairmen across Nigeria to lead the implementation of the Nutrition 774 initiative at the grassroots as part of efforts to tackle malnutrition and improve food security nationwide. He said local councils must ensure that nutrition interventions reach vulnerable mothers and children in all 774 local government areas. The Vice President gave the directive at the presidential villa in Abuja during a meeting with the National Executive Committee of the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria. He urged the association to strengthen local government committees on food and nutrition to serve as centers for planning, coordination, implementation, and accountability. Senator Shettima said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has made nutrition a national priority, stressing that the success of government policies would ultimately be measured by improvements in the lives of Nigerian children and families. He described malnutrition as a national development challenge requiring coordinated action by all tiers of government. Responding on behalf of the local government councils, Algon pledged support for the initiative and reaffirmed its commitment to working with federal, state, and development partners to improve nutrition outcomes in communities across the country. The Anambra State Police Command says the principal suspect in the alleged flogging to death of a 12-year-old pupil has surrendered to the authorities following sustained investigative efforts. In a statement issued in Oka, the police public relations officer, Mr. Tochukwu Ikenga, said the suspect, Mrs. Dim Ebere, aged 47, voluntarily reported at the Neni Divisional Police Headquarters after coordinated operations involving the Command Safe School Protection Squad, officers of the Neni Division, community leaders, and stakeholders in Adaziani. The police spokesperson stated that the suspect is currently in custody and will be transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department, SCID, Oka, for the conclusion of investigations and further legal processes. The command commended the cooperation of traditional rulers, community leaders, and residents whose support contributed to the development. The Anambra State Police Command assured the family of the deceased and members of the public that justice would be pursued in accordance with the law. Residents were also urged to remain calm, avoid taking the law into their hands, and continue to provide useful information to security agencies. Troops of the 14th Brigade Nigerian Army Ohofia operating under Operation Eastern Sanity 2 have rescued 2 kidnapped victims and recovered a truck loaded with cement and had been hijacked by suspected criminals. According to a statement by the Assistant Director, Army Public Relations, Captain Maziho Atta, the operation was carried out by troops of the 144 Battalion while on checkpoint duty along the Aba-Port Harcourt Expressway at Asa Community in Ukwu West local government area of Abia State. The army said the suspect abandoned the vehicle and fled into nearby bushes on sighting the troops. In a separate operation, personnel of the 14th Brigade Garrison, the 14th Military Intelligence Regiment, and other security agencies conducted a joint cordon and search exercise at Atan and Uhuru villages in Ihetshowa community, Arochukwu local government area, leading to the arrest of 2 suspected members of a proscribed group. Its items recovered during the operation included 1 pump-action gun, fire cartridges, 2 jackknives, 1 machete, and 3 mobile phones. The brigade said routine patrol continues across Umuahia, Bende, Arochukwu, Oka East and West, Isiala, Ngwa North, Ikwano and Umunochi as part of efforts to sustain peace and deny criminal elements safe havens. Special Advisor to President Bola Tinubu on Policy Communication, Mr. Daniel Wala, said it cannot be ruled out that individuals with links to terrorist groups may have infiltrated security institutions. Mr. Wala made the remarks during an interview on the Link Up podcast, where he responded to questions on the security challenges facing the country and the possibility of insider collaboration with criminal networks. The presidential aide recalled previous cases in which serving and former security personnel had been investigated or arrested over alleged links to terrorist activities, stressing that such incidents underscore the need for vigilance, internal reforms, and stronger intelligence gathering within the security architecture. He, however, maintained that the armed forces of Nigeria and other security agencies remain committed to combating terrorism and restoring peace across affected parts of the country. Analysts note that strengthening institutional integrity and intelligence coordination remains central to ongoing counter-terrorism efforts. You're watching Aneke TV News at 3. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a reminder of our top stories. Vice President Kashim Shettima tasked local government chairmen with driving the Nutrition 774 initiative to tackle malnutrition across Nigeria. Coming up shortly, China donates additional $2.5 million to strengthen Africa's CDC's Ebola response in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, has welcomed an additional $2.5 million in emergency funding from the government of China to strengthen Ebola response efforts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. The latest contribution increases China's direct support to $4.5 million. Africa CDC Director General Dr. Jean Kaseya announced the development after receiving the contribution from China's ambassadors to the African Union. Jing Feng, during a ceremony at the Africa CDC headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, he described the support as timely and critical to ongoing emergency operations. Dr. Kaseya said the funds will strengthen frontline response activities, protect healthcare workers and vulnerable communities, and enhance efforts to contain the Ebola outbreak, particularly in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where transmission remains active. The World Health Organization has continued to warn that the outbreak requires sustained international support to prevent further spread. He expressed appreciation to Chinese President Xi Jinping, the government, and the people of China for their continued support to Africa's public health sector, noting that stronger international collaboration remains essential to containing the outbreak and safeguarding lives across the continent. The Bayelsa State Police Command has arrested 3 officials of the State Ministry of Labor, Empowerment and Productivity over the alleged theft of government equipment valued at about 500 million naira. Police Public Relations Officer, Deputy Superintendent of Police Musa Mohammed, said the suspects are being investigated for allegedly conspiring to steal government-owned equipment, including a 110 kVA Perkins generator, a forklift, lathe machine, electric filling machines, and other industrial equipment kept in the ministry store. According to the police command, the investigation followed a petition submitted to the Commissioner of Police after ministerial officials discovered that several valuable assets were missing during an inspection of the facility. Detectives subsequently launched an investigation which led to the arrest of the 3 suspects. The command said investigations are continuing to establish the full circumstances surrounding the alleged thefts and identity and identify any other persons connected with the case. Police also reaffirmed their commitment to protecting public property and ensuring that anyone found culpable is prosecuted in accordance with the law. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, says Nigeria's ongoing digital switch over DSO project is expected to unlock an estimated 605.2 billion naira advertising market through improved audience measurement and expanded digital broadcasting services. Speaking during the Southwest Community Engagement Program and training of digital television installers in Ibadan, Oyo State, the Commission's Deputy Director of Public Affairs, Mrs. Clementine Usman Wamba, said the transition from analog to digital broadcasting would also release the valuable 700 and 800 megahertz spectrum bands for future licensing, creating additional revenue opportunities for the federal government. Mrs. Usman Wamba said the digital migration would strengthen Nigeria's creative economy by expanding access to television content, improving signal quality and increasing distribution opportunities across West Africa. She encouraged households still receiving analog television signals to acquire approved digital decoders ahead of the nationwide switchover. She added that the NBC, in partnership with the Nigeria Communications Satellite Limited, is training installers across the country to support the rollout of the free TV platform. Participants at the program commended the initiative, describing it as a major step towards job creation and affordable access to subscription-free digital television services. Kuwait has reported fresh attacks on critical power and water infrastructure as tensions between Iran and the United States continue to escalate across the Gulf region. Kuwait authorities said Iranian strikes hit another electricity and water facility on Saturday, forcing several power generation units out of operation. The country's fire service also confirmed that separate attacks triggered fires at 2 locations, leaving firefighters and at least 1 civilian worker injured. The renewed attacks also disrupted air travel, with Kuwait International Airport temporarily suspending operations due to rocket and drone threats. Kuwait's national airline announced the rescheduling of several flights, while emergency services responded to the incident. In neighboring Bahrain, the military said its air defense system intercepted and destroyed multiple aerial projectiles after air raid siren sounded across parts of the country. Iran state media earlier reported that its forces had targeted a military base used by the United States in Bahrain, describing the strikes as retaliation for recent American military operations. Independent verification of some battlefield claims remain difficult. Nigerian singer Timi Dakolo has denied allegations that he owes Revolve Entertainment more than 4,100 euros in expenses connected with a proposed United Kingdom concert tour. In a letter issued by Whitestone Solicitor and Consultancy and signed by Mr. Tokwe Salami, the singer's legal representatives described the allegations published by the entertainment company and its representative, Otis Ayodele Kubein J, popularly known as Baddest DJ Timi, as false and defamatory. The solicitor stated that a written performance agreement placed responsibility for venue arrangements, technical production, travel logistics, accommodation, and visa-related expenses on the event promoter. They maintained that the expenses being claimed were contractual obligations of the promoter and not coverable from their client. The legal team further stated that the proposed store did not proceed because the promoter allegedly failed to meet key production requirements outlined in the agreement. They demanded an end to what they described as defamatory publications and indicated that legal action could follow should the allegation continue. Mr. Kubein J had not publicly responded to the lawyer's latest correspondence at the time of this report. Nigerian Afrobeat star David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has identified Barbadian global music icon Rihanna as his dream international collaborator. Speaking during a live interview on Twitch, the award-winning singer said he admires Rihanna's artistry but acknowledges that the Grammy Award-winning performer is now largely focused on her global business ventures, particularly Fenty Beauty and other fashion enterprises. Davido said he believes a collaboration between them will produce outstanding music, but admitted that such a project may not happen soon because Rihanna has stepped back from recording new music. The Barbadian singer last released a studio album, Anti, in 2016. The Nigerian music star noted that the two artists share mutual respect, recalling Rihanna's public praise for his hit song Unavailable, featuring Musa Keys. Davido has built an extensive international profile through collaborations with artists including Chris Brown, Nicki Minaj, Lil Baby, and DaBaby, further cementing Afrobeat's growing global influence. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima has directed chairmen of the 774 local government councils across Nigeria to take the lead in implementing the Nutrition 774 initiative as part of efforts to address malnutrition and improve food security at the grassroots. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, has received an additional $2.5 million United States dollars from the government of China to reinforce Ebola response efforts in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. Africa CDC Director General Dr. Jean Kaseya says the funding represented by China's ambassador to the African Union, Mr. Jing Feng, raises China's total direct contribution to $4.5 million and will strengthen disease surveillance, frontline emergency operations, protection of healthcare workers, and outbreak containment efforts across the affected countries. And that concludes the news. For breaking news, eyewitness report, and stories updates, please call 0703 043 7110. You can also follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. For more updates and current affairs updates, I am Onyechi Ugu. Thank you for watching.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Death were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agobos noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
The financial
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Asi na ekwekwo amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị, ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV. Ịmala Igbo si nọọ njegharị ka eji ele nwa mkpi. Na nke tata anyị jelu ka anyị pụta ka anyị kpaa ka anyị nene ka obodo si wee dị. Na mgbe gboo a sị na ụmụ nwanyị bụ nri akụ, mana tata anyị na-akwado ịgwa gị na ụmụ nwanyị bụzikwa ọkpata akụ, ụmụ nwanyị bụzikwa iteju ụlọ. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nke tata maka na ihe anyị na-eji nebanye anya bụ mkpa ọ dị na o nwere ihe nwaanyị na-eme. Ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị pụta ọsị gị na di ya na-eme nka na di ya si anyị emezine nka, mana nke tata ndị nna mụ na ha nọ ga-agwa anyị uru ọba na onwe ihe nwaanyị na-eme wee na-ewebata nke ezinụlọ. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị. Abụ Ngozi Ọtahumele. Ndị nke mụ na ha nọ tata bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-agba mbọ, ndị ọ ga-abịa isi arịa elu arịa isi ka arịdata ka e wee fụ na onwe ihe eji enye nwoke aka, maka na ofe isi na-ebu ọ dapụ nsogbu adị. Nke ndị mụ na ha nọ n'ụbọchị nke taa n'aka ekpe m bụ Odoziakụ Ọkpata Akụ, na-ewepụta akụ n'ezinụlọ. O wee bụrụ Mrs. Caroline Okonkwo, anụmakụ ya Concord nwanyị Concord nwaanyị a masị gị nọ na nketa
Ebe anyị ekelekwa m unu.
Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọ tata wee bụrụ Ebere Ndugwueze anyị na-akpụ ya Ebi London nọ na nketa tata. M ga-ebido ebe ị nọ Concord nwaanyị. Mgbe gboo apụtasị na nwaanyị bụ ọkpata akụ, odozi akụ. Nwoke bụ ọkpata akụ, nwaanyị na-edozi. Ine n'anya n'obodo anyị kịta anụnwa, ọ dị gị ka anyị ka nọ na mgbe nwaanyị ga-achịkọta aka na-ekiri sọsọ mgbe di ji wee weta tupu ebie.
Ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m, ụtụtụ ọma na nkenekwa ya ọzọ. Ka ihe si wee kwuru na nke ikpeazụ a, nkịta abụọzi mgbe anyị na-ele anya ka enye anyị enye. Ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịdị na-agba mbọ. Ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịdị na-agba mbọ rinne, maka na ka ihe si wee kwuru ọ bụzi ihe ahụ a gwara anyị mgbe ahụ bụ ihe na-emezi kịta. Ọ bụrụ na nwaanyị nọ na-eche ka enye ọwa ọkọzi na nke ikpeazụ ọtụtụ ihe ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịdị na-eme ka ha wee nyere onwe ha aka, nyekwuola ezinụlọ ya na di ebi, nyekwuola ezinụlọ aka. Nke mbụ, enwere ọtụtụ ihe ndị ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme karịrị ụmụ nwoke. Enwere ndị na-eme ịkwa akwa, ịgba ahịa ime ọhịa. Ịgba ahịa ime ọhịa, ọtụtụ ihe a na-ebubata, a na-emepụta na ime obodo. Nwaanyị ga-eje ugocha ya ebe ahụ, ọ batakwa na taụn, were eleta nnukwu ego, were ya na-enyere aka n'ezinụlọ. Ụmụ nwaanyị na-akpa isi, ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme salon, ha na-akpa wig, a na-eme all these things. Ị ga-afụ na nwunye onye isi ala na-aghakwu ma ọka, ha na-eghe akara, a na-ere maịmaị, a na-emewekwa ọkpa. Nke kachasị nke bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị na-akụkwu azụ. Mgbe m jere Makọdị, afọ m ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ha na-so ndị nwoke na-akụ azụ. Wee sị gị na what a man can do, a woman can equally do it better.
Daalụ, ka anyị jide ya ebe ahụ. Emechaa anyị ga-anachite na nke ụmụ nwaanyị ịkụ azụ anụnwa. Maka oge ụfọdụ ọ dịka o nwere ihe ọ bụ sọsọ ụmụ nwoke ihe na-eme. M ga-abịa ebe ị nọ Odoziakụ Ebere Ndugwueze. Na ntụnye nke gị, n'echiche nke gị, o kwesịrị ka nwaanyị nọrọ nkịtị? Ọ dị ka o nwee uru ọba na nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme? Tụnyekena anyị azụ nwa obele ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị na-eme, ọ na-enye aka na ezinụlọ.
Ụtụtụ ọma nọ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m ndị na-ege anyị ntị. O kwesịrị na onwe ihe nwaanyị ga-eme n'ezinụlọ. Oge agaala mgbe nwaanyị na-aza oriakụ. Na ihe gbasara ka ụmụ nwaanyị na-etinye aka n'ezinụlọ. Before a na-aza oriakụ, di na-anọ, onwe ndị di ha na-anọ 100 betu ugbu a hapụzie nna ya ụmụ nwoke. Ha na-ata afụfụ, ha mee nke ha eme nke echiche a na-achị igbo ha. Ihe na-agwa ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m ndị na-ege ntị, onwe ndị na-azụ akwụkwọ nri ego dị ya, onwe ndị na-ere onugbu ego dị ya, onwe ndị na-ere tomatoes. Nke ọbụla ị ga-eme wite obere ego ọ dị ka ọ bụrụ na ị nọghọ n'ụlọ na-eche ka di gị bịa. Ịnọ na-eche ka di gị bịa ma di gị ewetanwu, ọ ya bụ na ọgụ ada n'ezinụlọ.
Daalụ rinne. Ya bụ na ntụnye nke gị na ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme. Daalụ. M ga-aghachite azụ ebe ị nọ Mrs. Caroline Okonkwo. Mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu, o nwere ike isi wee metụcha aka ihe ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme ma ịkụ azụ. Nke a bụkwa izizi nna anụ na ụmụ nwaanyị na-akụ azụ. Mgbe na-achọ ịjụ gị, onwe ọrụ dị iche ahapụọla ụmụ nwoke na nke ahapụọla ụmụ nwaanyị? Onwe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị lụba asị na mba na nwaanyị ekwesịghị ịlụ ụdị ọrụ a?
Ka m si efu ya na nke ikpeazụ, nwazikwa ihe nwaanyị ga-abụ mee asị anyị emena, maka na nke izizi ekwuburu m na mbụ na m gara holidays na Makọdị na nke my uncle. Wee jee na River Benue ebe Wadata side, wee fụ na nwaanyị so ndị ụmụ nwoke na-akụ azụ. That was 1987. tete 1987 nwa fu na ụmụ nwaanyị so ndị ụmụ nwoke na-akụ azụ na that river Benue. I was surprised. You see, look at these women. So na ihe a echejigidego nke bụ na nwaanyị ga-akụwuzi azụ soro nọrọ na the canoe wee na-akụ azụ. O surprised me more. Ka nnatakwala ebe a ụmụ nwoke na-awụ concrete, ụmụ nwaanyị na-awụkwa concrete karịzịa ha. Afọ ma ebe ụmụ nwaanyị so na-edokwa blọk.
Ọbọzọ mgbe aha na-asị na nwoke
sọsọ nwoke bụ ihe ga na-edo blọk. Ihe anyị chọrọ bụ ka ihe a ga-eji wee zụọ ụmụaka ka ọ nabata n'ezinụlọ, ka nsogbu ghara ịdị na-adịzi. Nwaanyị ire akwa mgbe gboo ọsọsọ ụmụ nwoke bụ ihe na-azụ ahịa akwa, mana ụmụ nwaanyị ka kụziri ụmụ nwoke azụ ahịa akwa. Go to market, ị ga-afọ ebe ụmụ nwaanyị juru a na-agbakiri ana. Na-eje Ọnịcha jee bute akwa mee ndị niile nọ ebe ahụ ụmụ nwaanyị na ụmụ nwoke ndị nọ na shọpụ na-azụ ahịa akwa. O nweghịzi onye ka nwanne ya na population. So ihe niile anyị na-eme bụ ka ogene ka ọ dị mma.
Daalụrị nne. Odoziakụ Ebere, oge ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị a na-akpụgharị faịlụ ihe a na-achọ bụ ọrụ oyibo, a na-achọ ọrụ oyibo. Diesi na ọ ga-alụ ọrụ oyibo, diesi anyị emekwana nke a, diesi anyị emekwana. Otu nwaanyị ka m fụ si ya, nne ka ekwenụ ha afọ a adị m afụzi ebe ị na-eme nwa obere ihe anyị na-eme. Ọ sị mba na diesi na ọ na-ewede ha anyị na okwu ya ji echọba ọrụ oyibo na ọ gụrụ akwụkwọ. Biko ihe anyị ji agụrụ akwụkwọ ọsọsọ ka anyị lụọ ọrụ oyibo, ka o nwere ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị mee iche eleta anya anyị n'echiche nke gị?
O nweghị ihe ọ ga-eme nwaanyị mee iche eleda ya anya. Ị gaa n'ụbọchị taa, ụmụ nwaanyị a ndị a na-evugharị mmanụ n'isi na-akpagharị n'Enugu, ndị a na-ere ọkazị, ndị a na-ere ose, ndị a na-ere tomatos, ndị a na-ere azụ, ihe ị ga-eji mma na onwe ihe a ga-eleda ha anya ụbọchị etiri ememme ma ịgba nkwụ ma wedin, onye ahụ ịma bụ na-ere ọka, na-ere tomato, na-ere azụ, ịpụta n'ọgbọkọ ịma mmanụ ọnya ga-edresi karịa ndị ọrụ oyibo. N'ihi na gịnị mere? Ọrụ oyibo bụ ọnwa gwụ enye ha, mana ndị a na-enweta ego ehihie, abalị, ụtụtụ were na-akwadote onwe ha. Eledala ha anya na ha bịa, ha na-eyi efe ha ji agba mbọ, mana mgbe o ruru ma na chọọchị ma ịga ihe ọgụga ịbịafụ ha, ịbịafụ ụmụ nwaanyị na ụmụ nwaanyị dị mma nwaanyị, na ọ bụ sọsọ ndị ọrụ oyibo na-eleta onwe ha anya. Ụmụ nwaanyị na-agba mbọ na-eleta onwe ha anya karịa na ụbọchị nke taa, maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị si na ọrụ oyibo wasting of years na mbọ ha na-agba dị mma. O nwere ọrụ ndị ọrụ oyibo na ụmụ ndị na-akwụ 100 and ndị 70, ndị 80. Nwaanyị mma ihe ọ na-eme ọfụma, in a week or 2 weeks ọ ga-arụta salary onye ahụ.
Eziokwu dị na ya. Daalụrị nne. Maka oge ụfọdụ anya na-aghọrị onwe anyị na ihe niile bi n'ọrụ oyibo, wee na-ajụ kedu nke bụ na nwoke ga-asị nwunye ya na ya chọọzi ihe ahụ ọ na-eme na ọ na-eweda ezinụlọ ha, na ya chọọ ka o jee chọọ ebe ọ ga-enweta ọrụ oyibo, mana ị chọtahụkwara anya na ọnya ji eje chọọ na o nwere satifiketi ọ gara skuul, ya ji eje chọọ ebe ọ ga-alụ ọrụ oyibo. Daalụrị nne Odoziakụ Ebere ebe London. Daalụ maka ntụnye nke ya. Concord nwanyị, ị na-anya kịta n'ụdị ụmụaka anyị na-amụta kịta, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke pụta ha sị nwunye ha na-achọ m ka ime ihe ọbụla, sọsọ ihe m chọọ gị nọ n'ụlọ edebere m ụmụaka anya. Ọ dịghị ka okwu kwesịrị ekwesị?
Mgbe o kwesịrị bụ mgbe ụwa awabeghị anya, ụwa awago anya, mmepe ọfụma. Isi nwaanyị nọdụgodu ọma nọ hapụ ije chọọ ihe ọ ga-eme, itoka ihe si wee kwụọ. Ụmụaka ahụ a ga-eleta anya, ọ bụrụ na ihe a ga-eji leta ha anya dọrọ, a ga na-ebeghakwa n'ụlọ ada obi ama adịghị mma. So a na-ene anya ka ihe si wee dị, a na-asị na ebugharị egwu ebugharị ọnọdụ, ihe echejigo. Mgbe a na-eme ụdị ahụ agago, ọ bụrụ ọzọ kịta, n'agbanyeghị na ụmụaka anyị na-efezikwa anyị aka n'isi wee na-eme ka o si sọ ha.
Daalụrị nne. Na ntụnyekwa ihe anụnwa, onye isi ala nwunye ya bịasị ụmụ nwaanyị ya chọọ ka ha ṅaba ọka, ya chọọ ka ha ghere akara. ụfọdụ were emebi ihe ejije were emebi ihe kpari amụ asịsị ngawa ọka ghebe akara mebe meat pie na ndị otu ya mebe kwulimkwulim biko ihe ahụ ọ jọrọ njọ n'uche nke gị?
N'uche nke m, ihe onye isi ala na-agwa anyị bụ na na-enweghị anything na ọ ga-abịa ime ihe na-abatalụ gị ọ dị njọ. Onye ka ọ na-egosi anyị, n'agbanyeghị na ụfọdụ ndị na-aghọtahụ bụ ihe na-ewere ya na-eme ihe ọchị, mana ọ bụrụ ihe ọchị ka ọ bụ, and ọ na-eme ya ka ọ gwa anyị na ihe ahụ anyị na-ewepụ n'akụkụ anyị kwesịrị ka anyị na-ewepụ ya, na anyị kwesịrị ine ya ya na ya, na ụmụ ihe ahụ niile na-enye gịnị ego. Ọkwa na ego ka onye ọbụla na-achụ gbam, maka na nwoke bụ ọkpata akụ, nwaanyị bụ ọkpata akụ. Onwezi ihe na-eri akụ kịta,
onwezi ihe dịka oriakụ,
enwezi ihe dịka oriakụ.
Daalụ. Na ntụnye nke gị ebe London, ọ dị gị ka ihe ahụ ekwuru ọ dị mma? Onye afụghị ihe ọ ga-eme kama ị ga-anọ nkịtị ọ bụla akara gị jee ebe
ihe o kwuru n'anya m adịrọ njọ, maka ọ nwere ndị ji akara zụọ ụlọ elu, zụọ ụmụ ha na yunivesiti ihe akara abụrụ kịta enweghị akara bifo amụọ. Onye ọbụla na akara aka nke ya, ọ nwere ndị akara aka ha bụ ime ihe akara. Dịka otu a nọ arụọla m ọrụ oyibo, gbaa ahịa Kotonu, bịazie na-eme bọs ma ọ na-aga ọfụma, mee chinchin ma ọ na-aga ọfụma. So ndị mmadụ onye tara chinchin mụta bọs m na-emekwa ya ọda si na m wetara ha na ha ahụbeghị ụdị bọs dị otu a. Ọ iji wee gosipụta na ị kwesịrị imegharị aka, na-abụrụ n'ọrụ oyibo, na-abụrụ ma biznes. So ị nwere obere ihe ga na-emete ihe before you know it, ị gbagoro otu olileanya gị chọrọ.
Daalụ. Imegheri aka dị mkpa kama nwaanyị ga-anọrụ nkịtị maka anyị nwa ka ọ na-afụ ụfụ n'arụ. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ ka na-esonyekwala anyị. Ọ bụrụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatịa ụkwụ gachite azụ, nkata anyị a na-aga n'ihu.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị, ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Daalụ ka ị ka na-esonyela anyị, nkata anyị ka na-agakwa n'iru. Ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme ka ọ ka mma ka nwaanyị chịkọọ aka chịkọọ ụkwụ na-ekiri di weta ọsịa tenki, ọ bụrụ na o wetara ọgụ adaa n'ụlọ. Dịka nsi wee jụọ tupu anyị aje gbatị ụkwụ na chịta azụ, a sị m ọ bụrụ na nwoke si nwunye na ya achọghọzi ka o nwee ihe ọ na-eme, ma agwọ nwaanyị ihe dị otu a ke ihe nwaanyị ahụ kwesịrị ime. Anyị bụ ndị nne, nwaanyị bịa gwa anyị n'ụdị ihe a mere, maka ọtụtụ ihe anụnwa na-eme ebe dị iche iche, mana nke ị nụrụ maka ya. Ọ bụrụ na ụdị ihe a mee n'ogbe gị, ke ihe ọ dị gị ka nwa ahụ a ga-eme. Maka ọ bụrụ okenye dị ka m, ịgwa m nsị gị mba na ọ dị eme, mana ụmụaka kịta anụnwa ịgwa ha ọgụ ada n'ụlọ. So nwaanyị agwara udo okwu a ke ihe ọ dị udo kwesịrị ime.
Ekelekwa m n'ụzọ, ịma na ihe dị na ihe ụwa bụ onye na-anọ ile enwekwa experience. O nwere nebụl m di ya gwara ụdị ha ọsị mba na kama ya na a ga-ejekwa yawa keke, and today ọ na-aya minibus. Nwaanyị ahụ ọ na-aya minibus commercial. Ọsị kama gị ga-aya keke na gị jee bebe hayari. Ọsị mba na hayari mgbe onye ji bịakwa, mana ọ bụrụ na ya na-eje ke commercial nọrọ on the road steady na ihe ga na-abata ya n'ụbọchị. So maka ihe o jegori moto moto ogori ese na moto gị ga-egori ya bụrụkwa private na ọkwa minibus so that mbosi ya furu ego fuel ya were pick ndị mmadụ to make sure na at the end of the day no nwere ihe na-aga. And today nwaanyị a na-aya minibus nwanne ya nwaanyị ihe bịa siwe ike n'ugwu Awụsa ebe ha nọ ogorie keke nwanne ya nwaanyị na-agba keke n'ugwu Awụsa ebe ọ nọ. So ụmụ ihe a niile nwere ụdị ihe kwesịrị ka anyị nọrọ ka ihe si wee kwuru this time before ịgbacha fuel wee mewe all these things ị mara nke iwefuru na nke ga-abata mara nke ka so na egwu chejiri anyị ama ntọkwa nna anyị n'ofu ebe wee na-eche. So ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị wee ihe ọ na-eme wee na-enyere aka n'ezinụlọ.
Daalụ nne, ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme wee na-enyere aka n'ezinụlọ. O nwere otu ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ gị ebe London. Ị na-eme pọf, na-eme chinchin, na-eme ihe ndị ọzọ. O nwee ego ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị jido n'aka tupu o bido? Maka ndị ụfọdụ pụta ha na-eche na milion na milion. Ọ bụ na enyeghị 1 million ya ama mbido, ma ọ bụ na enyeghị 2 million ya ama mbido. O nwee ego ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị jido n'aka o tinye isi n'ọkwa?
O nwere ego ọ bụ nwaanyị jide ya etinye isi n'ọfịa. Ikpebiere onwe gị. Mgbe m kpebiri onwe m na nchọrọ ịga ahịa, ihe nji bido ahịa kotonu is 3,500. Na-atọ na ya na-agakwa ahịa tutu ruo mgbe m ji weziri ezigbo ego na-aga kotonu. Nlọtakwa kotonu, nlọta mgba night m na-agba Enugu good night, Lagos good morning. M gbara night 10 years. Mgbe m ji nlọtakwa mise bọs maka ndị na-abịa igo bọs na-abịa eche m. Ha nọ na line na-egefute bọs. Enwekwa m ụmụ ọrụ na-enyere m aka. Mmecha na-agwa ha na aka unu na-enyere m na unu ga-eje mụọ ọrụ. Ofe onye n'ime ha bụ nwa Abakaliki Chinyere, ọ mụrụ ịkwa akwa. Nke ọzọ mụrụ soyi. Si anọ ya bụ uru unu ga-aba n'ihi na nwaanyị ma ịsọpọtụ di gị ga-anwụkwa ọsịsọ. So ọ ka mma onye ọbụla na ị nwetara iwere ya na-asọpọtụ di gị. So onwe amount of ego e nyere gị ị gaghị eji bido nwa ahịa, mana ọ na-aka mma ka ibido na small scale something. La n'otu anyị nọ na-abịanye 2 million bido ahịa, ị maghị ebe ị ga-ebido. Mana ọ bụ na ijide obere ego like 500, 1 million, ikpebiela n'obi na-akpụ a ka m chọrọ ịzụ, go straight to akpụ ahụ. Igochara ala n'ọya, ịma nnọọ ebe ahụ ka ịma. Ị mara ego ole ga-apụta n'ime ya. Ọ bụrụ just igote akpụ, igote ose, igote nnu, igote nka, ịmazi ka ị ga-esi n'ime ofu ihe. Business bụ strategy ka eji eme business.
Ya bụ na-alụ ka eji eme na ọ bụghị ihe a na-agwabanye n'ike. Ịmalụ nke ahụ ga-adabalụ gị tinye anya na ya. Daalụ nne. Concord nwaanyị, a sị aka wete eju ite. Tinyekena anyị azụ nwa obere. Ezinụlọ nwaanyị na-akpata di na-akpata ka o si adị na nke nwaanyị anaghị akpata ọ bụ ụzọ di na-akpata. Kedu ihe ọ na-apụta n'ezinụlọ?
Ndị nne kenekwa m anyị ọzọ. Ajụjụ a nne m ukwu na-ajụ magburu onwe because nọ ihe anyị ncha maara nọ ihe ọma ka ọ bụ anọ ihe ga-abara anyị ncha. Ezinụlọ nne nwaanyị na-eweta, nwoke a na-eweta, ihe dị iche na-adị n'ezinụlọ. Ọ bụ sọsọ ofu onye bụ ihe na-eweta ka si wee ghọta ya. Mgbe di m nọ ndụ, di m bụ onye ọrụ oyibo, mụwa bụ onye ọrụ oyibo, mana anyị alụkata nna ya bụ ọrụ oyibo si anyị ya amaghị ihe ụmụazị anyị ọmazụwu ha na yunivasiti. So onye a na m ga-akwụsị ya bụ ọrụ, ndị gọọmenti ya ekwuola ka kwụsịzi m ya bụ ọrụ na 2012. Since ahụ bido gbawa mbọ ya nwa na-arụkwa ọrụ oyibo, mechaa retire. Up till now na akwụbedị gratuity. Ihe ọ ga-abụ ọrụcha ka e were ya ihe ụmụazị n'ime ụlọ nọ ya ka a na-eche. So ọ bụrụ na mụ na ya na-abụ nọ na ya bụ ọrụ oyibo, till date ifugonu ka azụ si gba aka na elu a ọbọz na azụ nọ na mmiri so o wee bụrụ ya bụ na nwoke na-eweta nwaanyị na-eweta ha ncha anọ na ofu ọrụ achọka n'iwebata ihe n'ezinụlọ ọ dị mma nwoke na-eweta nwaanyị na-eweta n'ụzọ ọzọ wee na-enyere ndụ aka na-enyekwa famili aka ka ngozi Chukwu nyere anyị ka o wee ketọ atọ n'ezinụlọ maka nọọ mbụ anyị na-agba ka Chukwu ga-eji wee nyere anyị aka anyị ada awụsa aka wee nyere anyị aka ekelekwa m
daalụ ebe London na ntụnye nke gị ebe nwaanyị na-eweta okwugo nke ya na ntụnye nke gị ebe nwaanyị na-eweta nwoke na-eweta ka isi afụ
ezinụlọ ahụ na-atọ ụtọ mana onye weta atụtụta atụtụju akpa so ọ na-eme ka ezinụlọ ahụ tọọ ụtọ so ọ bara uru na nwoke na-agba mbọ nwaanyị na-agba mbọ udo na ọṅụ dị n'ezinụlọ ahụ ka ha nwere ike zụọ ụmụ ha ma ha agbagodere mba anwa nwoke na-agba famili ahụ ada atọ ụtọ.
Daalụ. Na ndụmọdụ gị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ akachacha ndị ntorobịa kịta chee na ego na-eshi n'elu ada na-apụta onye a na ihe ọ na-ele bụ bọns ka m bịa lebe bọns tụfụ akwa ihe ọ chọọ bụ apụta afọ ugbo ụlọ n'ebe a ka shọp ya dị biko ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ndị dị otu a.
Ndụmọdụ m na-adụ ndị dị otu ahụ bụ na m na-agwa onye ọbụla chọọ ihe ị ga-eme onweghị ihe ọbụla na ihe mere n'ụwa bụ west ọ Chineke na-agazi aka ọrụ mmadụ onwe ndị na-amụ weda onwe ndị na-amụ aluminium onwe ndị na-amụ imezi gas oke ọbụla na ịyọrọ Chineke gị imetụ ya aka Chineke ga-agọzi gị dana ịnọ nkịtị ichewe onye ị ga-eri nke ya ichewe nke nne na nna mba udo adị na ya ọ na-emụrụ aka ọrụ dị iche iche ụmụ ndị na-amụ barbing salon ụmụ ndị na-amụ tailoring ha jiri ya na-eri nri n'ezinụlọ so nwa okorobịa ịnọ nkịtị ọba uru ọ na-ebute mmadụ iche echiche ọ na-ebute obi ha na-agbagọ mana onwe ebe obi gị nọ n'ụtụtụ ịsa ahụ pụọ ebe ahụ ka mkpụrụ obi gị ga-anọ mmanụ onwe ihe iji n'aka ị ga-arụ ịrụ anya lọta ugwu gị adịrị gị erilasị rie nri obi ọma atọ gị onye bụ ndụmọdụ na-adị ụmụ okorobịa onye anọ na nkịtị onye chele mmadụ ka enye ya Baịbụl sị na Psalm 91 ọ sị na mmadụ na-atụkwasị mmadụ obi a na-agharịpụ ya ma ya nwa bụ Chineke ada agharịpụ onye ahụ atụkwasịla mmadụ ibe gị obi onye ga-atụkwasị obi bụ Chineke.
Daalụ rinne onye ị ga-atụkwasị obi bụ Chineke ịtụkwasị mmadụ obi mmadụ ga-agharịpụ gị. Ihe nji wee bata na shọpụ gị tata Concord nwaanyị bụ ka mmalụ na kemgbe ịzụbalụ shọpụ a ị gaana n'ala.
Ekenekwa m anyị ọzọ maka onye ikenere ekene obi ga na-eru ya mgbam shọpụ ma ọ dahụ akpọchibeghị m ya shọpụ a m mepere ya since 2012 and ọ ka dị open till to date ka m emechiri eziokwu na ejiri agba ego wee na-azụ ya mana emechiri m ya
ihe a na-eri
na-apụta na ya inekwu ya sọsọ akpụ dị ebe a ọ ga-echeta mmadụ 30 akpụ dị ebe a kịta ga-echeta mmadụ 30 ma sị ka asa abụọ ha niile so ebe a na-sustain.
Daalụ rinne ịma ihe nji wee metụ aka ebe a ikwu ndị ọrụ oyibo ma mmadụ tọsị na ọrụ oyibo na ihe a na-eje eje bụ mmadụ alụ ọrụ oyibo 35 35 years ọlụcha anya nata ọ na-echezi gratuity 1 year aga 2 years aga 3 years aga gratuity ama mba ụfọdụ nwụrụ ma ha fọ gratuity ha nya bụ na ọ dị mkpa ka mmadụ nwee ihe ọ na-eme akachacha anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị. Daalụ rinne na ntụziaka nke gị kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ndị chịkọrọ ụkwụ n'aka na-eche mgbe a patara ha ababa ego ka ha wee bido.
Ihe dịkwa na nke a bụ na o nwekwa ndị ndị kpọrọ onwe ha na ha ga-adị ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ mmadụ ịdị ahịa. Onye ka anyị na-akpọ na Bible. In an English language is lazy. Onye dị lazy dị lazy. Onwe isigode ya bụ ihe nnukwu ego ji ebido something doing. Nwere ihe ya ga-emepụta. Sọsọ ihe ọ dafụta bụ igote ihe ọ ga-eji kwazi onwe wee na-eje ebe ọ na-eje. Mgbe ego ahụ gwụ daadị ego agwụgwọ
okporofu anya.
Tasọ taa ka ọ ga-esi na-abụ a na-ewesti. Mana ndụmọdụ na-adụ ụmụaka anyị bụ anya ha aka ejene na nke ọjọọ. Maka na mgbe ahụ ị lebere anya ka a na-ebute a na-eri sọsọ mana ịma njewu jememe ịbanye gwụkwa n'ịsọịla aka gị n'ọbara emewe yahoo ezigbo ori gakwụba n'express. Mgbe ahụ isoro bụrụ ndị kidnappers and bandits. Maka na ọ bụrụkwa sọnsọ ndị ahụ anyị na-enejere anyị na-akpọ kidnappers and bandits. Anyị nwa bụ anyị sikwa na anyị na-agba mbọ eme ihe niile, mana the lazy ones bụkwa kidnappers and bandits ka ha na-arụ. Maka ọ ha firi na ka ahụ ka iji wee weta ego aga na-eri ha relax. Mbọsị ọbụla anyị jere ọrụ kidnapping na a ga-eweta ego. So ana m ayọ ha wee echiche ha pụọ ebe ahụ, maka na ọsọ ụwa bụ anyị gbachakwa ọsọ o nwekwara ebe ọzọ anyị na-eje. Maka ụwa ba ahịa ka anyị bịara ịzụ. Onye goju akpa ya ọ na-eje mee akaụntụ ọ gwụkwa ka ọ ha nọ na aka.
Daalụ rinne igoju akpa gị ị na-eje mee akaụntụ. Nwa obere nke ahụ dị gị n'aka were chọọ ihe ị ga-eme ka ihe na-abata n'ụlọ. Akachacha anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ama n'ofu ebe na-eche ka ọ bụ sọsọ nna nọ n'ụlọ ihe na-eweta nwaanyị weta nwoke eweta ọ na-aga maka na tọm 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 ka mmiri ji eju n'ihe. Ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mee taata masịrị gị, izu ụka ọzọ ị ga-esonyekwala anyị mgbe anyị ga-emekwa ọzọ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. Ana m asị gị Concord na-alụ maka isonyere anyị na nke taata. Ebe London ana m asị gị daalụ na isonyere anyị taata. Ịma na o nwere ka isi wee mee ndụmọdụ ga-dụọ anya nwa obere lochekọm kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-atụ ụmụ nwoke nọ n'ezinụlọ kwesịrị ịdị na-enyere ụmụ nwaanyị aka. Maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị bụkwa sọsọ ha ihe bụ nwoke foto ọsị na nwunye ya na-eme nka. Kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-enye ụmụ nwoke dị otu a?
Ndụmọdụ nwere ike inye ụmụ nwoke ha na nwunye ha lọta ma ha gara biznes ma ha gara gịnị ha krọs ọgwụ na-agụ newspaper. Ọ bụkwa ụmụ nwoke niile o nwekwara ụmụ nwoke ha lọta ha saa ụmụ ha arụ nyere nwunye ha aka eme ihe a ga-eri.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the LO can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Got the sauce, got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping, yeah, they can't get like me. Rocky roots and white tees, on my club, paint something like a mobile. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome to Frontline Africa, coming to you live on Aneke TV. Today we'll take you behind the headlines, cutting through the noise, bring you the sharpest analysis and unbiased perspectives and critical insight into the stories shaping our nation and our continent. From politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts are always ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. And joining us today is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you so much for having me, and good day to our listeners, to our viewers wherever they are, and I'm delighted to be here.
All right. Mr. Emeka, there's no fanfare about these things. You know, the more we X-ray analyze these issues, more issues keep coming up, or some, persist and refuse to, get to the back burner of issues. But let's get started immediately. So starting with the issue around securities in Nigeria, where American House of Representatives has taken a decision and votes on Nigeria. Mr. Emeka, let's get your perspective on this very issue.
Yes, sometime this week, the American House of Representatives, the Congress, had a landmark, made a landmark decision at its sitting. You know that they've been trying to amend one of American laws that deals with aid to foreign countries, of which Nigeria falls within. And as part of that amendment, a very strong case was made, and the motion was sponsored by, I think, Riley Moore, the vocal honorable member who for some time now has been on, following up on Nigerian issues. And so it's recommended that there should be a stoppage of, aids, American aids to countries that probably pay little or no attention to issues of protection of human rights and human lives along the line of, religious crisis. So to them, as part of that content of that, motion, Nigeria has really not done enough to offer protection to, persecuted Christians, particularly in the northern part of the country. Kogi, I know Kogi featured, Kogi and Benue and some other parts of the north featured prominently. And so because of that, they made that the House of Reps, passed that particular act or that bill. So the implication of that is that if that bill eventually sails through, because it still has some hurdles to go, going by Americans' lawmaking and law amendment processes. If it goes through, what it simply means is that certain aids that comes from America to Nigeria will come to a halt until at the time where the Secretary of State will have to brief the House or report back to the House that Nigeria has taken some certain steps to improve on its record or correct some anomalies. But pending when that is done, that those aids should stop. So that's exactly what that bill was all about. And, I think that bill is also in line with the earlier stand that the House of Reps had taken some time ago, about issues of religious persecution and religious, persecution and some kind of protection of lives and properties. That this government, this American government, is so much concerned about putting to a halt issues of religious persecution and you know, into some communities across African states, of which Nigeria is one of. Excuse me. So these are the issues, and that was the essence of that particular report. But you see, what makes this very imperative here is that I think some of the issues that came up, were also issues that border on how the country has responded to cases of religious intolerance, religious persecution in some parts of the country over a period of time. Of course, the federal government has its own defense and its own side of the matter. They've responded, and most of they've responded that most of the killings that have been reported over time were probably not religiously motivated killings, but killings that are that probably were backed by, that were carried out by insurgents, bandits, terrorists, and perhaps politically inclined, violence and killings, not necessarily religious. And so it might be incorrect to say all of these killings are religiously motivated. So we have seen a lot of governments, personnel come on air, at different forums to make that defense. But, I guess Nigerians matter is one that some of these things have been in the public domain for quite some time. So I don't know for how far some certain defense that are offered, can go to change the narrative.
All right, Mr. Meka, that's quite insightful. However, despite how the country has handled issues around insecurity in Nigeria, I'm speaking to the Nigerian state now, do you believe that the insecurity that we witness presently has to be given some sort of religious correlation in this very regard, taking into account the position of the United States House of Reps?
Well, I think, in my own estimation, that it is a case of a mixture of different situations and circumstances. While it might be a bit disingenuous to accept totally or to ascribe totally that all the killings that we have seen were religiously motivated killings, it would also not be factual enough for anybody to stay anywhere to say that, look, there has not been religious killings. If we do that, we do a great disservice to ourselves. If you have been following events in Nigeria, you will know that we have had cases of disturbances, crises, and all kinds of violence that you can trace their roots to religious differences. I mean, these cases are very clear. I remember sometime in 2015 or thereabouts, but maybe not 2015, but sometime around 2015, during the reign of President Muhammadu Buhari, the case of the woman, some say she belonged to the redeemed folk, who was murdered somewhere in Kubwa, who was on early morning cry. So that case is there. That's clearly a religious, apart from that,
yes,
we have had cases of, remember was it the ATB about your University of Sokoto, the student that was killed because they said there were arguments.
That she blasphemed.
Yes, blasphemed on the WhatsApp platform. That aside, we have also seen, the church, Catholic Church, St. Mary's Church in our massacre, the Suleja issue. So there are obvious cases of, that have been religious killings. But like I said, why we acknowledge those things are factual. They are records. Nobody, if you deny them, that is left for you, But it doesn't mean that the records are no longer there. But obviously, there have also been other crises that have nothing to do with.
But Mr. Meka, is there enough ground to deny a nation, a supposed an ally, the opportunity to have access to aids?
No, I guess the issue here is not about denying the nation. You see, remember that when you come to a nation, you have the people, you have the land, you have the government, and that's the leadership, and So, but who do you hold responsible when things are not going well? Obviously, the leadership. So, if you are listening to the debate, I mean, we got snippets of that debate in the House of American House of Revenue. Yeah. One particular honorable member was emphasizing on that there was no need. I may not be able to quote him now, but if I have to paraphrase and interpret what he said, he said the American money, American resources cannot be spent to support a corrupt regime that is incapable of taking responsibility and offering protection to vulnerable groups and people, so that there's no way the American money can support such a. So for me, that was a very strong statement, So what does it tell you? That what they are actually trying to drive at is letting, or rather, pressurizing the government to take stronger steps, to fish out these people behind these criminal acts each time they occur, and not to allow them. And we must also accept the fact that whether we like it or not, see, it's us now, so we need to tell ourselves the truth. Part of the reason why, I'm happy that the Owo massacre, not long ago, we were told that some of the apprehended culprits have been sentenced. Yes, that justice has taken its course. That is good. We probably want things like that to happen more. It will serve as a deterrent. But I think it's a great disservice also, and the serious injustice to the victims of these attacks and the people that the bereaved, family members and friends that they left behind. If many of them just pass away with time without the perpetrators being fished out and justice taking its course. And for me, I think that is what that position is trying to emphasize. Not that they want to deny the people of Nigeria, remember, this is their aids. They are not legitimate, rights. Their aids is just an assistance a country wants to offer to you, and so purely at their discretion.
But on moral grounds, many people would argue that you shouldn't deny, such aids to, the downtrodden of the society based on the, inadequacies or shortcomings of their government. But be that as it may, Mr. Emeka, the conversation here is that at some point the government did argue that the position of the United States House of Rep members are, such that is engineered by the opposition in Nigeria, who are painting a gloomy picture of situation in the country.
Yeah, and now I'll come to that, but let me say something about it might not be good to deny a people based on
shortcomings of their isolated cases and shortcomings of their government.
Of the government. Now, like I said, if you also if you also follow that argument, one of the contributors to the debate, which I alluded to earlier on, talked about that the government that the American resources cannot be used to support a corrupt and irresponsible. These are some of. So if you talk about a corrupt government now, why would corruption come into the system? Remember also that that's also a partial way to allude the fact that perhaps the aids that have been flying in before now probably have not been used in the right perspective. For me, that's where probably the use of the word corrupt comes into fray. So they could be using one stone to kill two birds. Maybe before now, issues of corruption have also come to their own attention, and they probably have been looking for a way to, to stop this. That's number one. Now, coming to the issue you talked about, there was a second issue you raised. The second issue you raised.
Yes.
About, let me remember now.
No, we're talking about, you've addressed the issue
of
around
the corruption.
The corruption
yes.
there, and then the denying of aids,
yes.
to the people. So do we use?
Okay, Sam. Now I understand you. You talked about the government saying that the position of the American House of Reps is motivated by or orchestrated by
some oppositions.
Yes, narratives from the oppositions.
Yeah.
Yes, this can be the submission or the standpoint of the government of the day. That nothing should be surprising to anybody, because naturally this is what they will say. I mean, this is what they will say. We live in a country where governments probably don't take responsibility for some of the action, and when these things are, their attention is called to these things, they simply dismiss it as, these are the opposition crying foul. In fact, we have even heard in Nigeria today, one of the former governments will tell you they are wailing wailers. When people legitimately, point out shortcomings of government or things that can be done right. I mean, which ordinarily should have, the government can simply go and address such issues and put things right without, anything. Instead of them to do that, they simply tell you that, oh, these are cries from wailing wailers. So for me, that is not good enough. So the government can come up with that kind of story because it is not new. This is the same thing we've seen over and over and again. But remember that we are talking of an American House of Rep. America is a country that they don't even need narratives from opposition members here. I can tell you that sometimes they even have more information than even the opposition members themselves. This is a government that maintains clear presence in almost in every part of the world. So they know what is happening. Apart from the fact that they have their intelligence intel services everywhere, they also have channels through which they know what happens in practically every country. So how can anybody come to say that these are cries from opposition members? Are they not seeing some of these things? Some time ago, they conducted a town hall on this particular subject, which was followed by that town hall was followed by most Nigerians, because the proceedings were transmitted live by some Nigerian media houses, and people follow. All the people that spoke in that place, are they all politicians? Are they opposition politicians? Some people who have experienced this violence and crisis on a first-hand level came there to talk. Are they politicians? So for me, these are part of the reasons why these challenges are never confronted, because when you begin to deny them, that's the first step in allowing them to continue.
All right. Before we bury this very issue, a name consistently, surfaces on this very issue, especially when the American interest is concerned. House of Honorable Raleigh Moore, House of Rep member, he's been at the forefront, championing the discourse, insisting that the American government stop some aids to Nigeria to motivate the government to take action. Now, from his own part, what do you think should be the motivation here, if he's not really the opposition or lobbyist, using him as a front?
No, but like I said, the current American president is seems to have piqued interest in protecting vulnerable societies, particularly along the line of religious persecution. It's not only in Nigeria he's doing that. And if you look at other parts of the world, he's very, very outspoken, against it. And so it's very difficult for anyone to say that he's dancing to the tune of the opposition. In his first tenure, his first tenure as president of America, that wasn't during the tenure of this administration. And so his character didn't change. And so for me, what the country should do most is to look inwards and ask itself, are we having cases of religious persecution in Nigeria. If they search themselves very, clearly, and the answer is in the negative, well, fine. But if there are, it's an opportunity to put things right.
It's an opportunity to put things right.
Exactly.
On that note, we'll take a short break. When we return, these issues continues to be a thread on Frontline Africa. Stay with us, please.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Frontline Africa, and Emeka Odom, a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst, has been helping us to unravel hidden issues behind the curtains and above and beyond the headlines on these news issues. Mr. Emeka, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you so much.
All right, still on the international scene. Let's revisit. I know you've spoken eloquently about these issues in the past, but I bear the fact that it continues to, see escalation. We've seen the resurgence of hostilities between the American government and the Iranian counterpart. The diplomatic talks seem not to be holding water any longer. There's been a resurgence of hostilities.
Yes, it's a protracted issue. You recall that sometime in February or thereabouts, America and Israel, together took up arms, against Iran. A simple reason that's very obvious to everyone, which they've been dragging for quite some time now. Iran's decision to acquire nuclear weapon, and of course, America and Israel are the Western world generally, is vehemently, and most countries are vehemently against that. But being championed by countries like America and Israel for some strategic reasons, which, if you also look at it from the other perspective, it may be difficult to dismiss. And so, they believe that America, in the process of acquiring the nuclear weapon, that Iran has had its uranium enriched to a certain percentage that they could now manufacture nuclear warheads. And so because of that, they had to embark on the goal to destroy whatever they had, achieved over time. So that happened. That war, took off sometime around February this year. It went on for quite some time. So in the process, Iran on itself had to play its joker, because the truth is that it might be difficult for Iran to, face Israel and America squarely, considering the military might of these two nations. Not that Iran wasn't, they weren't doing anything. They were doing something in their own way too, firing missiles from their country to Israel and some of the neighboring nations that are allied to America. So, but the biggest joker that they played, which got the attention of the world, was to completely shut down the maritime, waterways.
Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait of Hormuz, which they principally control, along with, Oman, because that waterway is bordering the coastal line of Iran and Oman. So they had to lock down that route, knowing very well that that will have an immediate impact on the economy of the world, the energy economy of the world. Because a lot of countries in Europe and Asia, use that route for the maritime business, including transportation of oil and related. So when they did that, that automatically spiked up the price of crude oil at the international market. There is a second route. You have the Suez Canal, Egypt, Sudan, and perhaps Ethiopia. That's more of African countries use that route. So the oil prices went up, but the war continued to rage on. So that happened to, while that was going on, some good-spirited countries came to intervene. And when they intervened in that, particularly Pakistan, to try to broker a ceasefire, at a point in time, it looked as if there was a headway. And in fact, actually, a ceasefire did come into effect. A 60-day ceasefire did come into effect. That ceasefire was meant to allow for a proper, negotiation to take place. Negotiation that would enable Iran, along with these other parties, to completely and contextualize the peace process and agree on the way forward. Well, we heard that they were making progress in that, but some issues came up, and these issues, one is that Iran, one of the accusations that Iran has had to face is that they sponsor terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organizations, one of which is Hamas in Gaza, the Hutu rebels in Yemen, and the Hezbollah in Lebanon. These are people who, according to them, are pleading the cause of the Palestinians. So they are fighting against Israel. Now, according to narratives, they are the ones sponsoring these FTOs, the foreign terrorist organizations, too. So in other words, they are fighting a proxy war against Israel. And so now, while this was going on, Hezbollah began to intensify its fight against Israel. Israel on itself was also responding to them in a manner that was quite devastating. So while the hostilities in Iran was going down, while they were seeing a ceasefire in Iran, the one in Lebanon, occasioned by the Hezbollah activities, was being intensified because Israel was returning, of course, Israel, they were returning fire 10 times more than what Hezbollah was doing. And so Iran said that as long as Israel is still destroying Lebanon on account of what Hezbollah was doing, that the peace process will not see the light of the day. America said, no, you can't speak for Lebanon. If Lebanon has any issue, they should bring it up. In any case, they were trying to broker a deal, which the Lebanese government was part of, But, Hezbollah, acting under the influence of Iran, wasn't giving in to that. And Iran insisted that Israel must halt its activities completely before the ceasefire could take place. And Israel said, no. What you're doing, the peace deal you're negotiating with America has nothing to do with what is happening in Lebanon. And so that was where they were until things began to break down again. And, a few ceasefire they had achieved, broke down because the Strait of Hormuz was opened, for quite some time. Yes. After America imposed an economic blockade, it's called naval blockade. Stopping even the sales of Iranian oil and other economic activities. So, but when they eventually broke down, the President of the United States gave America a deadline to say, look, if you have to come up with a deal. And the deal, but it's also very instructive to say that part of the challenge, part of the problem is there are certain characters and individuals in Iran who probably didn't want any peace deal with America under any guise at all. Remember that part of Iran has its own politics. Those who probably are not following the country may not understand. You have what we call the revolutionary propagandists, right? Those who are ardent, disciples of the revolution, which since 1979 that the revolution came into effect, they are disciples of the revolution, and these are the hardliners who want to advance the creeds and principles of the revolutionary government. And those creeds and the principles, they are quite conservative, and they are hardline principles. They wouldn't even waver. Then you have people you may call maybe the I don't want to use the word now, the diplomatic. They're a bit less conservative. They are more liberal. And that is why if you come to America, if you come to Iran, you find out that sometimes there seems to be some kind of disagreement between the elected leaders and the revolutionists. Now, when Ayatollah was alive, he was the leader of the spiritual leader of the country. So he stood as a bridge. Because of his own influence, he was able to hold the country together. But now that he's no longer there, there's this internal bickering
rivalry
between the elected leaders who are far more liberal in their approach to this crisis, and we have the revolutionary, the disciples represented by the revolutionary guards brigade, right? These are people who want to continue to fight, who want continuous war. I mean, at all costs. So that crisis, to the extent we even began to hear that some leaders have been put under house arrest, some people have been shut out of the negotiation, while some people believe that others are a sellout. So even when they agree on a way forward, back to the country, some people will say, no way, we can't allow this to happen. So that contributed in derailing the peace process. And President Trump wouldn't have none of such. As long as he was concerned, the country must, take a firm stand. And so when they were not forthcoming, he simply made it clear that America was not going to wait for them, and that it's either they do this or they face more strikes. And since we're not able to, escalation. That is the escalation that we are now.
What I would have wanted us to see if this operation, by America is a failed one at this point. But before we talk about that, what's the implication of this crisis in the Gulf, for Nigeria?
Okay, first, if you talk about the implication for Nigeria, it's very clear. Now, well, Nigeria, not first and foremost, look at it from militarily. Nigeria is a member of the non-allied movement, so it takes no side in issues of that. As a matter of fact, our state's policy on this issue, it takes no side. Nigeria maintains a very good relationship with Iran, and at the same time maintains a very good relationship with that is what our non-allied position affords us. But economically, the impact is being felt, because the moment the Strait of Hormuz is shut down, it impacts on the world economy, the world energy economy. And so the direct effect of that is that the price of energy at the international market goes up. And apart from the Dangote refinery, which is a local in the sense that is located in Nigeria here, principally Nigeria, the crude oil that we use, the petroleum products that we use here across the board, whether it is kerosene, diesel, PMS, aviation fuel, that's jet A1, whatever thing we use, these things are, except the one that's gotten from Dangote refinery, the rest are imported. And so once the price goes up in the international market, it will impact on the price of the finished products. And ordinarily, one could also say, yes, Nigeria is getting some form of profit here, because Nigeria sells crude oil now that is where probably the government needs to probably also give us one or two other explanations, because one would have thought that the extra money we are making, because if the budget is predicated on so amount, and as a result of this crisis, you are not selling at so amount, which is on the high side. So the difference, you can also use this difference to caution the effect of what the various inflation that would arise as a result of the increments in the price of finished products. But I don't think we are seeing that happening, and so that hardship continues, and that is where Nigerians come in direct contact with the effect of the crisis in the Gulf. But beyond that, I don't want to say the war is a failed war. You see, because number one, the first question to ask is, what is the crisis? I mean, what is the whole goal of this war? And for me, if I understand very correctly, the goal is to stop Iran from going ahead with their plan to get a nuclear weapon. And those who are persecuting the war, you heard them say several times that they have taken the country back several years. If they were going to achieve the aim of nuclear weapon in the next 5 years, that they've taken them back. I'm just giving an example. Yeah. They've taken them back to about 10-15 years. So to them, that's a mission accomplished. So I will not sit down here to say it's a failed war, because those people, no matter how much they spend on the mission, I don't think to them, that is the issue. The issue is that, are they able to achieve their aim? And from what we are seeing, several times we see, follow on the international news, Iran is rebuilding. What are they rebuilding? They are rebuilding destroyed facilities, and so that's also some kind of setback. And I think that for them, if they're able to achieve these setbacks, which they say they have achieved, it's some kind of success on their own side. So it may not be correct for anybody to sit down here to say it's a failed war, because they know what they want to achieve, and if they say they are achieving it, who are we to?
All right, Mr. Becker, before I let you, rest on this very one, is it possible, beside the issue of making sure that Iran doesn't get nuclear weapon, is it possible that part of the operation is to, orchestrate or engineer a regime change?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there's a school of thought, that as a way forward in this whole crisis, some school of while others are pursuing a diplomatic, way of trying to get the Iranian regime to come to a round table with the American regime, because dialogue is ultimate. While some people are trying to get the parties to come to a dialogue table to iron things out, there are also other people that believe that, look, as long as this regime is there now, we can never have any meaningful peace deal with them. So the only option is to enforce a regime change. Until there's a regime change, you will not be able to answer that. That is why, if you've been following events, you also hear some snippets of news telling you that, well, the Kurdish rebels from Iraq, are trying to be positioned for ground assaults, for ground, action against the regime as a way to, help to dislodge. And I just was yesterday, I was reading in one of the international news that some government officials in Iran are saying that if any ground forces anywhere is sponsored to launch attack, because everybody understands the implication. See, all of these aerial bombardments you're seeing is to weaken the forces on ground, so that by the time the ground forces come to probably march on, countermeasures will no longer be possible. They will see a weakened. Exactly. So that is the whole idea. So the government officials were saying that if any ground forces anywhere is empowered to, or to come and launch any attack on them, that they will also launch attack on the interests of the American allies. And so that's where they are. But the bigger implication is that things could get out of hand, because Iran is saying that they will continue to attack, because what Iran has principally been doing is, they have not been attacking US directly in terms of launching either missiles or other strikes within the American territory. Maybe because of the capacity is not there, given the distance between America and But what they are doing is to attack other interests, what countries that they believe are offering assistance in terms of America hosting their air base there. So they believe that this country should be attacked as well, and they have come out to say that, look, they will continue to attack these countries that are offering assistance to America. They've been attacking. You have Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jordan. They've been attacking these countries because these are other countries within the region. So, but they have not attacked Israel because and Israel is on. Israel says that they're on standby. So if what they're doing, if that attack as much as gets to Israel, of course, because America on itself, we are told that is carefully trying to leave Israel out of this, because Israel seems to be far more ready to destroy more things than
America is.
So I guess Iran on its own is also a bit more careful not to involve Israel, because the moment if they send any missile to Israel like they are doing to all these other, I can tell you that Israel may not wait for America to say, okay, please, let's go about it. They were on their own, and the consequence. And of course, Netanyahu said the other day that all along they've been trying to avoid, some certain facilities and go after military targets. That if Iran tries anything this time around, it might not be as they'll discover that what happened the other time is just a child's play. So I guess that but we pray it doesn't escalate to that point.
All right. Let's just come back home a bit before let's come back home, yes, before we call it a day on the program. But Mr. Meka, critically, we've seen the appeal court's decision on INEC election timetable, and we've seen the opposition and every political interest in Nigeria seem a little bit rattled. Can you walk us through this decision and its implication for the polity?
Yes, the appeal court, the Abuja division of the appeal court, I think precisely on the 16th of July, overturned the decision of the High Court, to record that the YPP, is it the YPP or so? No, the Youth Party.
The Youth Party.
Yeah, the Youth Party had challenged INEC on the timetable that they released concerning the 2027 general elections. They said the INEC, some of that the timetable in some way, contravened the Electoral Act, and so they had challenged that in courts. And it was the Federal High Court that took that decision, nullifying that timetable that INEC had acted in a manner that contravenes the electoral timetable. So INEC appealed the case, which informed the decision of the the appeal court, the Abuja Division Appeal Court on the 16th. So they set aside, they will upturn that decision of the Federal High Court. So what it simply means now is that the timetable, as arranged by INEC, as announced by INEC, still stands, except if the Youth Party now decides to go to the Supreme Court. So that is what it means. And I remember we discussed this issue here in one of our discussions. We talked about the various court cases that is facing INEC, if that is not going to be a major impediment to the elections. And we said, yes, it could, that tendency is there, it could, but that ultimately it is good for our jurisprudence. Because, you see, when you have a matter challenged in court, if a major stakeholder in the electoral process takes a step, and the people begin to complain and cry over that step, some say it's not good, some say it's good, if nothing is done over it, either it stays or it doesn't stay. It hasn't helped our, our smooth democratic process. What will happen is that we do not know whether that is the right step or is the wrong step. So the tendency is there that next time that can still be a repeat. So it's like we are recycling, So, but if that decision, such a decision is challenged in court and there's a court pronouncement on it and it is pursued to a logical conclusion, then we will know that either the body will not try, whoever came up with that, whoever took that step will now know that, look, this is the wrong step, we won't try it again because there's already a court decision on it. Then if it is good, you know that yes, you can follow this route because people challenge it and the court says you're right. So next time you'll be very confident enough to follow the route. And so this is what develops a society. Let people, when you have issues that you feel, instead of grumbling and instead of making statements, incendiary statements that can heat up the system, go to court. Let the court make pronunciations on these things. And once the court makes a pronunciation, it becomes a law itself. So that is why for me, and why people, I mean the youth party that went to court, they have at liberty to, if they feel that they can stop here and accept this decision at the NEC timetable, please let them do. It saves a lot of issues. But if they feel that no, we think that the appeal court erred in upholding, in upturning the decision of the Federal High Court, please let them approach the Supreme Court, so that at the end of the day, this thing will be put. It will be put to its final rest, and I will know, so that next time also INEC will now know when they are drawing timetable, they will be a bit more cautious to know. Look, if you go out of our line, we are likely to be sued and things like that. So that's for me, that's the right. That's the way it goes.
All right. Finally, just before we go, do you think this will impact on the preparedness of political parties in Nigeria going into 2027 election?
It may, because in the very first place, for me, if you even ask me, we are running very late because the amendment came a bit late. Remember that for me, I was one of the people who had said, you see, the last general election held in February 2023. And let's say the government was sworn in, this particular government now. I'm looking at the government, the executive and the judiciary and the legislatures. They were sworn in on May 29, 2003. They knew 2023, May 29, 2023, they were sworn in. Everybody knew that another election will come up in 2027. So if you want to do an amendment to the Electoral Act, which the National Assembly has a right to, if you think there's any aspect that is not good enough, you want to strengthen it, right? Maybe you have tested one or two things there, and they need to be ironed out to make the next election better. Start on time. So this is the whole idea of waiting until less than 1 year, less than 9 months, less than 7 months to the election before the amended Electoral Act comes out. It gives room for so many things. Things can no longer be well scrutinized. You put the electoral body on an edge. You drive political parties, and many of them may not have the resources and the clout to be able to accomplish these things overnight. So it creates, first and foremost, a point of disadvantage for them, allowing only the bigger parties that have the resources and the coverage, to muster, strength overnight and so that is why let us do things at the right time. For me, it's a very big lesson. But thank God that the country is still going. So whatever shortcomings that may be experienced now, by God's grace, before 2031, let these things be. Let's start in good time.
All right. And unfortunately, this year we may be drawing the curtains on this edition of the program. Mr. Emeka Odom, thank you very much for your insightful analysis on these issues.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So Mr. Emeka Odom is a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst. As always, the conversation continues Beyond the studio, stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on unfolding stories. I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa on Aneke TV.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
For me, this is a very, very memorable day. And I believe it's as memorable for me as it is for the celebrant, who, of course, is celebrating his trial. 3 score plus 10. And some people said that That is what is significant is the 120 years of Moses. Well, my prayer is that as you celebrate 310, you may celebrate the 120 years of Moses. We are here for the day where we hear a lot about your life, your work, your achievement, where you have been, but for me, when people talk of success, which you have to define what is success. When the Archbishop was praying, he was thanking God for his success. And there's no doubt in my own mind that we can talk about your success. But what is it? For me, success is when you get to a place and you make it better than you find it, you have succeeded. Thank you very much. And in every sense of that word, you have been successful. Even for me, poor me here, you have spread that success to me. Because as the chair of the council of our university, you have turned that university. You have made it better than you found it. And if that is the definition of success, because there are many people here too that we will be able to say, from what we know of them and from what we have seen of them and from what we know they are doing, even some from what we know they will do, we can say they are successful or they will be successful. So today, we are here to celebrate success. Today, we are here to celebrate excellence. Today, we are here to celebrate achievement. Today, we are here to celebrate exemplary, what we can show to other people that this is the way to go. And but you have a lot of that to give. I think I will leave it at that because I think I still have, I've been told by you that there's this chart that I will have. The one that I'm making, I don't know whether it's speech or chart. But I'm saying something. Since I'm coming back to say something again, which should be a chart, I will not say all until when I come back to say that. On behalf of all of us, but happy birthday and many, many happy returns. And may success continue to attend your way.
It is my great pleasure on behalf of the government and people of Enugu State to welcome you all to our historic city for this special celebration in honor of one of our most distinguished sons, Professor Bartholomew Nnaji. It is often said, and rightly so, that an occasion's importance can always be glimpsed in the audience. This much is evident in this distinguished gathering, comprising some of the most remarkable personalities across Nigeria. It is thus with profound delight that I welcome in a special way a great statesman, leader of global renown, a man who has been described as the architect of modern Nigeria, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. We're very honored by your presence, sir. I'm equally pleased to acknowledge another statesman who is here represented, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. I'm also very honored and pleased to welcome my brother Governor Alex Uti of Abia. We're pleased to have you all in our midst, Your Excellencies, elder statesmen, men, captains of industry, distinguished guests. We have gathered to celebrate a milestone birthday. But birthdays of this kind invite us to do more than count the years. They invite us to reflect on a life, on the values that shaped it, and on what that life has made possible for others. That is why the theme of this colloquium, Powering Tomorrow, 70 Years of Engineering the Common Good, feels so appropriate. If there are common threads running through the tapestry of Professor Nnaji's life, it is the belief that knowledge should serve the people, that innovation should solve compelling human problems, and that success should leave a better future for our children. There may be a tendency to look at lives like Professor Nnaji's and imagine that they unfolded effortlessly, as though remarkable careers somehow arrive fully formed. Nothing could be further from the truth. His story began here in Enugu State, in a humble home familiar to countless families across our communities. Like so many young Nigerians of his generation, he left home carrying little more than ability, determination, and the belief that education could open doors that current circumstances could not do. He traveled thousands of miles in pursuit of knowledge, studying physics in New York, engineering at Virginia Tech, and later undertaking advanced work in artificial intelligence and robotics at MIT. But it isn't much difference. I'm sure he's proud to identify with IMT as well. But for the records, MIT. Those achievements were not handed to him. They were earned through discipline, resilience, and relentless hard work. As a young immigrant in America during the 1970s and 1980s, I'm sure he encountered many of the same social and economic obstacles faced by others seeking to build a life far from home. He went on to establish one of America's leading automation and robotics laboratories. He became one of the pioneers of collaborative engineering and e-design, helping shape ideas that today underpin the way engineers work across continents. He earned the respect of universities, industries, and governments around the world. Many people would have regarded that as the end of the story. To make it in America is a dream for some, but for Professor Nnaji, he saw it differently. He came home, and that, more than any title he has held, tells us who he is. He returned not because he had to, but because he believed that what he had learned belonged here as well. He founded Geometric Power, becoming a pioneer of indigenous power development in Nigeria. He answered the call to public service in science and technology. He invested not only in infrastructure, but in people. He has championed young engineers, supported education, and shown repeatedly that the greatest measure of achievement is not what we build for ourselves, but what we enable in others. For me, the defining chapter of his journey is not simply that he left, not simply that he succeeded, but that he returned. Professor Nnaji's life reminds us that the journey is only complete when knowledge returns to serve the community that first nurtured it. His life also reminds us that engineering is ultimately an act of service. Its value is measured by the difference it makes to people's life. A community with reliable electricity, a hospital that never loses power during surgery, a young entrepreneur with the confidence to build a business because the foundations are dependable. That is why the theme of this colloquium is so fitting. Powering Tomorrow is about creating the conditions in which society itself can move forward. Throughout his career, Professor Nnaji has shown us that knowledge reaches its highest purpose when it is placed in the service of others. Perhaps that explains something else about him. For all the global recognition he has earned, there has never been any distance between Professor Naji and the community that first shaped him. There is not a whiff of aloofness in matters concerning Enugu State or the welfare of his people. Humility has remained one of the defining characteristics of his life. He has carried distinction lightly, never allowing achievement to weaken his commitment to the place he still calls home. In many ways, that is the future we're looking and working to build in Enugu. For too long, our brightest young people have felt they had to travel elsewhere to discover the opportunities their talents deserved. We celebrate those journeys just as we celebrate Professor Naji's. But our ambition is greater still. We want to build an Enugu where every young person can imagine a future worthy of their gifts. A place where world-class education, reliable infrastructure, security, innovation, and enterprise come together to create genuine opportunity. That is why we're investing so heavily in education, equipping every smart green school with robotics and AI laboratories, strengthening our engineering and digital capabilities, expanding power infrastructure, and preparing our children for the demands of the 21st century. Our goal in this regard perfectly aligns with the federal government's Renewed Hope initiative, which has, through NEL Fund, strengthened inclusiveness in education, ensuring that no student is denied access to tertiary education on account of lack of access to funds. I commend His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for this brilliant initiative. Our ambition is simple, that the next generation can acquire world-class skills, pursue world-class careers, and help build a world-class society without feeling that they must leave home in order to fulfill their potential. A place that continues to welcome home those who have traveled the world, while increasingly becoming a place where the world itself comes to Enugu. That is the deeper meaning of tomorrow is here. Professor, your life has shown us what becomes possible when talent is matched by purpose and ambition is balanced by service. You have demonstrated that excellence and humility can work hand in hand. That global achievements need never weaken local commitments, and that the greatest use of knowledge is to improve the life of others. On behalf of my family, the government, and the good people of Enugu State, thank you for the example you continue to set, for the institutions you have built, for the opportunities you have created, and for the generosity with which you have carried your remarkable achievements. It would, however, be remiss of me if I ended this remark without paying due tribute to Mrs. Agatha Naji. pillar of the Naji household, whose devotion to family and community stand out as shining inspiration. Thank you for all that you do. Happy birthday, Professor. May your life's work continue to power tomorrow. And may the future you have helped to build continue to bring the world to Enugu. Amen. And bring generations of Enugu's sons and daughters back home. Amen. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Is rarely born in the light. It is usually forged in the dark. For a young boy in Umwode, the darkness wasn't just the absence of electricity, it was a barrier, a daily reminder of what his community did not have. But while others accepted the kerosene lamp as a permanent reality, Professor Bart saw it as an engineering problem waiting to be solved.
When you grow up reading by a flickering wick, you understand the true causes of darkness.
That childhood curiosity became a velocity that could not be stopped. He did not just travel to America to learn, he went to lead. He mastered artificial intelligence and robotics long before the world fully grasped the concepts. Becoming the first black distinguished professor of engineering, he was not just breaking racial barriers, he was expanding the boundaries of human knowledge.
In the laboratory, everything is logical. If your mathematics is correct, the machine works. If the system is designed properly, it yields the intended results. But even with all the global exposure and academic work, I kept looking back home.
It takes a specific kind of courage to leave the comfort of global acclaim and step into the chaos of national reform. But a true patriot cannot rest when his home is calling. As Minister of Power, he drew the roadmap. He engineered the framework to privatize the grid and modernize the sector. But he knew that policies on paper do not power homes. He needed to prove it could be done. The nation did not need another intention, it needed evidence. And so began the greatest engineering challenge of his life, geometric power. For 20 years, it was a crucible. He faced suffocating bureaucracy, endless litigation, and economic hurdles that would have broken a lesser man. Behind the machine is a man. Behind the public battles is a private discipline. Behind the weight of vision is a family that knows the cost of purpose. This is where the world meets not just the engineer, but the husband, the father, the man.
Hi, my love. As you turn 70 today, I really thank God for your life, your strength, the grace that has carried you through the years. The world knows you as an engineer, a reformer, a thinker, a builder, a peacemaker, among so many other things. And most people say the achievements you've had over the years, the institutions, the power plant, the public responsibilities, but I thank God for giving me the opportunity of knowing the man behind all of these achievements and activities. I know of the discipline it takes to get there.
Growing up with him, the lesson was never simply to be successful. The lesson was to live with purpose. He taught us that intelligence only has meaning when it's guided by integrity. used to solve problems, and dedicated to make a difference in the lives of others. He taught us that integrity is the most valuable currency you would ever possess, something no one can take from you and no amount of money can replace.
I remember back in 2018 when we used to have many periodic meetings at the geometric office in Abuja. We had just finished the 9-year struggle over the Abaring fence.
The sacrifices you have made, personal sacrifices, financial sacrifices, and more. I know of the long nights, the difficult decisions you've had to make, the weight you have carried on various fronts for so many years. And I really, really admire all that about you. But something that stands out for me is your personal sacrifice, your generosity, your resilience, your discipline, and of course your love for all. And your love for me.
He taught us that no achievement has lasting value without God at the center of our lives. He showed us that faith isn't just something we profess, it's the foundation on which we build our decisions, our families, our work, and our character. He reminded us that while success may open doors, it is God who gives purpose, direction, and the strength to walk through them.
Growing up and watching my father run geometric and all the sub-companies under it have really shown me how resilient he is. He's like the waves in an ocean. They always keep going, morning till night, night till morning, never stopping.
I'm Professor Banham, like the second doctor. I want to say he's a very good man, a family man. He sees his family first over every other thing. He teaches us to be innovative, to be creative, and to look for better ways to solve problems.
Thank you for all the lessons you taught me. Thank you for dragging me to those geometric meetings back in 2018 when I didn't want to. I now obviously want to, you know.
Even when things were difficult, you remained focused. You didn't allow challenges to change who you are, to change your values or your commitment in what you believe is possible. You just kept going. You've taught me a lot through these years of being together with you as husband and wife. At home, you're not just prof, you're not just a father, you're not just a husband. You're a deeply committed family man. You've shown us that greatness is not only about what a person can build outside, but also about peace, about love, about values, about how you protect us, members of your family, members of your community, people that are vulnerable that are around you, members of our geometric family, so many people. You're a problem solver and you do not allow anybody to be cheated. You believe in fairness. Your journey has taught all of us this. It has also taught us about patience, about courage, faith in the Almighty, and more especially, integrity. You have lived a life of purpose, and at 70, we are all so proud of you.
At 70, we're not only celebrating everything he has built, but celebrating the values he has instilled in all of us: faith, integrity, character, excellence, purpose, and service. Happy 70th birthday, Dad. Your greatest legacy isn't just what you've accomplished, it's the people you've inspired to trust God, step into the arena with courage, and leave the world a better place than they found it.
Happy 70th, Dad.
Happy birthday, Dad.
May the Almighty continue to strengthen you, to bless the work of your hands, to guide you, and to keep us all alive, healthy, should I say wealthy, and happy and content in what we are able to contribute to the public. Thank you so much and enjoy the celebration and the years ahead. Love you. To the public. Thank you so much and enjoy the celebration and the years ahead.
Recognize and celebrate the Titan in our midst today, Professor Business tonight. Very stable moment. As we continue, we have Igwe's Chairman, Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, Martin Chukwuwike, the APC Chair. We have, he is the Emir of Peace, Royal Highness, Khalid Doctor.
Birthday. It is indeed a celebration of a milestone of grace, courage, tenacity, resilience, and your unparalleled positive impact on your society and the nation. I give these accolades out of personal conviction and from my first-hand interactions with you during my days as CEO of First Bank, later as Governor of the Central Bank, and beyond that as Emir. I worked closely with you to ensure that geometric power became a reality. Here we celebrate a man with immense wisdom, character, high business acumen, and love for this country. Many here do not know what Professor Batinaji went through to get the Haba Integrated Power Project working today. In fact, many of us do not know what it takes for all our businessmen who have the courage to invest in the real economy to get things done. It is easier in this country to deal in shares, to be in arbitrage, in foreign exchange, to go and be a contractor with inflated contracts, than to actually build something. Try and ask Aliko Dangote what he went through to build the refinery, or ask Batinaji what he went through to build the power plant, and you know what it takes to build the real economy in Nigeria. And that's why without them, we will not have a real economy, and without them, we will not have a future, I think. And you'll be surprised at the roadblocks that are placed ahead of you before you build, and after you build, and when you start. They are still facing challenges, but having gone through what they've gone in the past, we're sure they'll continue overcoming in the future. From navigating and surmounting bureaucratic red tapeism to secure licenses, approvals, rights of way, and funding. Here we are today, and your efforts and achievements in the power ecosystem have been recognized by global media corporations and multinational financial institutions as Africa's success story. In a recent CNN documentary, your power project featured as an example that Africans can address their challenges even in the face of severe internal structural problems and a hostile international environment. But you know that in Nigeria, life expectancy is 50 years. So for those of us who made it past 50, we should thank God. God has given you extra 50 years, and pray for many more years in good health and even greater contribution to the world and our dear country. President Obasanjo has prayed that you add another 50 years to your life. We're not going to wait for you, you'll meet us there. say amen to the President's prayers. We value your contributions and your persistence to see our dear country work. I've been asked to speak about energy security and economic growth. What is energy security? According to National Energy Agency, energy security is defined as the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. Energy security has many aspects. Long-term energy security mainly deals with timely investments to supply energy in line with economic development and environmental needs, while short-term energy security focuses on the availability of the energy system to react promptly to sudden changes in supply-demand balance. Energy security and national development are inextricably linked. A reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy supply is the foundational driver of economic growth, industrialization, and poverty reduction. Without consistent access to power, nations face stunted productivity, high operational costs for businesses, and compromised socio-economic development. Industrialization can only happen with energy. When businesses, whether small scale or large manufacturers, have affordable energy supply, they are more productive and can plan more effectively. Empirical data from the IMF demonstrates that energy security directly determines macroeconomic stability, industrial competitiveness, and inflation trajectories globally, and that even minor, short-lived disruptions to energy supplies can drag global GDP growth down and cause consumer inflation to accelerate. Energy security also has an impact on infrastructure and public welfare, as reliable energy is essential for the continuous functioning of critical sectors, including healthcare, education, ICT, and transportation. The world is moving out to electric-powered vehicles, and we need to ask ourselves, will Nigeria be left behind in this trend? There are a number of questions that should be in our minds. Nigerian policymakers should propel us to seek ways to close the energy gap so that we global trend. Energy insecurity frequently leads to economic instability, inflation, and social unrest. Securing energy infrastructure from physical threats and supply chain disruptions is paramount to maintaining national stability. For long-term development, energy strategies must address climate change and environmental degradation. Transitioning to cleaner, diversified energy mixes, such as integrated natural gas as a transition fuel, and scaling renewables like solar and wind, ensure that development does not compromise future ecological integrity. Our country's inability to provide sustainable and affordable energy remains a nightmare for national development. For several decades, the energy crisis has contributed to the incidence of poverty by paralyzing industrial and commercial peace. The continuous loss and underutilization of energy has cost the country a lot in losses and numerous health hazards due to the exposure to carbon emissions caused by constant use of backyard generators in different households and business enterprises. Unemployment and high cost of living have also resulted from this, leading to a deterioration of living conditions. Despite being a major player in the global economy, our energy sector is plagued with inefficiencies and setbacks. These affect the energy security of the nation. The challenges facing Nigeria's energy sector are numerous and complex. The heavy reliance on diesel has led to an increase in demand for the resource, but its availability and pricing remain major issues in the country. Petrol, Nigeria's most controversial energy source, is also marred by inefficiencies and corruption. The security of petrol as a resource is in the hands of a small group of elite who make decisions regarding its distribution in their own interests rather than the interests of the general public. The natural gas sector has similarly been affected by availability and affordability issues that discourage average citizens from demanding LNG. Kerosene supply has been controlled by major middlemen and unlicensed personnel in the petroleum sector, resulting in increased prices for consumers. Other challenges include corruption in the sector. So why are we still here? Nigeria's energy security faces critical threats from systemic underinvestment, rampant infrastructure vandalism, and financial dysfunction across the value chain. These structural barriers severely limit the generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity and disrupt the steady supply of petroleum products nationwide. Investment challenges in Nigeria's power sector are primarily driven by sector illiquidity, a lack of cost-reflective tariffs, and regulatory uncertainty. If you want to see the impact of electricity on an economy, just look at Geometric and Abia. Look at the transformation in Abia State. This is living evidence of what people think is theory. Outdated transmission and distribution networks lack capacity, resulting in frequent grid collapses and high technical and non-technical power losses. Addressing the roughly $100 billion funding deficit required to stabilize the grid demands deep structural market overhauls. According to Sam Amadi, successful governments fail to invest adequately in generation, transmission, and distribution capacity, leading to the decline of the electricity industry as the national grid became unable to meet rising demand. He also observed, and Amadi was a regulator, so he knows this sector very well. He also observed that the sector needs billions of dollars for critical upgrades and expansion. Let me go off cuff and just now that I mentioned Sam, and tell you a small story. When the privatization of the power sector was happening, Sam Amadi was concerned that many of the discos that were being shortlisted did not have the financial capacity to do what they years. It has been about adding life to those years. We have seen your documentary. I will not spend too much time on your biography, what you achieved as an academic in America, what you've achieved since you came back. Again, we worked together when you were Minister of Power, and I was in Central Bank. The documentary did mention your foundation, where you have given full scholarships to over 1,000 students in many institutions of higher learning, with beneficiaries coming from across the Federation. Professor Nnaji stands as one of Nigeria's most accomplished engineers and visionary leaders, whose life and work have profoundly shaped the nation's scientific and energy landscape. Unlike other academicians who theorize, Prof practicalizes his profession and has contributed to humanity in solving everyday problems. His venturing into the power sector is one of those contributions, and Abians are the beneficiary of this. And you know, when I say Abians, it's Nigeria. This country is made of 36 states and FCT. Rather than a position where nobody is benefiting, if one state does well, that is one state less among those that have problems. So if IPS succeeds, we're happy. We hope next time to be Kano. Next time, then Kano. The thing with Nigeria to bring it down. Instead of having 36 badly performing states, and that's why our governors are very important. We concentrate so much on Abuja. You have 36 governors. If 18 of those governors do well, half of the country is doing well. And that's what we need. Abuja is one big risk. You have a good president, the nation does well. You have a bad one, all of us suffer. So our protection as a risk manager, our mitigant to the risk of Abuja is to have good governors who can shield us from any problems that come from there and be the shock absorber. So I'm happy for Abia, I'm proud of Alex. I'm happy with Enugu. I've heard a little bit of what the governor has done today. So he also started two magazines, African Commentary and Africa World. The pioneer editor of the magazine, and by his own right now a professor in literature in the US, is, why is okay? Is here, okay, Nibi. So, okay, you know, this is my world coming back to me. Okay, Nibi and I have a history of having fought on the pages of The Guardian, and then we became very good friends. So, okay, good to see you. And the selection of OK is something that, you know, I thank you for. So his outstanding contributions to science, engineering, and public service have earned him numerous prestigious honors. Among them are the World Bank IMF Africa Group Distinguished Scientist Award, the Baker Distinguished Research Award, the highest research honor from the International Institute of Industrial Engineers, and the U.S. Secretary of State's Distinguished Public Service Award in 1995. In 2014, he was further recognized with the West African Power Industry Lifetime Achievement Award. Nigeria has also recognized him with many national honors, including Nigeria National Order of Merit, the country's highest intellectual honor, and Commander of the Order of the Niger. In public service, his leadership has been distinguished. He served as Federal Minister of Science and Technology in 1993, and later he was Special Advisor to the President on Power 2010 to 2011 and became the pioneer Chairman of the Research Task Force from June 2010 to 2011. His exceptional performance in these roles led to his appointment as Federal Minister of Power in 2011 to 2012, and again I was honored to work with him as Governor of Central Bank while he was Power Minister. And there, he developed and implemented Nigeria's landmark roadmap for power sector reform. Under his leadership, Nigeria undertook the historic privatization of the Power Holding Company of Nigeria, marking a major step towards modernizing the electricity industry. I should add as well that when the privatization was happening, there was no money in BP, and they came to me, Central Bank, and the Central Bank actually provided the $10 million for the consultants that without which much would not have happened. So this is, again, Alex, my commission is going up. Professor Naji has continued to shape national development through various leadership roles. He serves as the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Board of Bells University of Technology, as we've just heard, OTA, since 2018, and currently chairs the Advisory Board of the Nigeria Prize for Science, sponsored by ndlea, and furthermore, he serves as the Chairman of the Ebonyi State Economic Team. To the younger generation gathered here, Professor Bart, as a role model, is someone you should emulate. He's an innovator, he's hardworking, committed, giving, and rooted. Despite his academic and global achievements, he sees Nigeria as whole. I'm taking this time to go over because we visit his wife and his sons. I want you to know that they're not biased. So those of us who are not his wives and sons also agree with them. He's also a great family man, and he's the one who ensures that the younger ones do not forget their roots, their culture, and the importance of family. His words and action should be your compass. So Bart, as you celebrate your 70th birthday today, we look at you and we see a beacon of inspiration in everything you have done. Enugu State, and indeed Nigeria, should be proud to have produced such a son in their midst. We pray that Almighty God continues to bless you with sound health, peace of mind, and the joy that you so richly deserve. If God answers Baba Obasanjo's prayer and you live to 120 years, we'll be waiting for you on the other side. Thank
In September of 1882, on Pearl Street in Lower Manhattan, a man flipped a switch and the lights came on. The world has never been the same since. Thomas Edison did not just invent the light bulb. He built the first commercial grid. He understood that light and electricity, without the infrastructure to deliver it, was only an idea. And Edison was not just an ideas man. he was a builder, a stubborn, relentless, visionary builder who had registered over 1,000 patents during his lifetime. Today we celebrate the man I would call our Edison from Umode, our own stubborn, relentless, visionary builder, Professor Bat Naji. The parallels between the lives of the two men are not imaginary, but deep and meaningful. Like Edison, Professor Naji came to the problem of power with the rigor of science and engineering. He had a distinguished career in academia and research spanning decades. He lectured in some of the world's finest institutions, authored works of engineering scholarships that endure in journals and classrooms, and earned a reputation as an inventor of real distinction. More than most, he has the unique ability to straddle theory and practice and move from ideas to impact. Unlike Edison, who built his famous Menlo Park laboratory as a machine for churning out inventions, not one at a time, but systematically, Professor Naji understood that Nigeria's power problem demanded not one solution, but a system. And that system is the Aba ring fence model. Edison's great insight was that electricity could not be separated from the architecture of its delivery. You needed the whole chain: generation, transmission, distribution, metering, collection. Professor Naji's insight in Aba is the same, applied to the peculiar crisis of a developing nation's grid. Ring-fence the zone, generate power within it, guarantee supply, meter every customer, collect every naira owed, invest it back into the system. It sounds simple, but great ideas often do. And in Nigeria, where the power sector has been bedeviled by a vicious cycle of poor supply, poor payment collections, and underinvestment, the Aba model is now the template for how we can scale power solutions. As Special Advisor to the President and as Minister of Power, Professor Naji brought the same engineering precision to policy, accelerating the privatization framework, demanding accountability, and ushering in an era of sector governance still being studied and replicated. He was truly a man ahead of the times. And yet the journey has not been easy. It has been laden with challenges, and perhaps it is in those challenges that the comparison with Edison becomes even more apt. Edison was sued, he was squeezed by competitors, and doubted by financiers. And yet he held. Professor Naji has held too. Legal challenges over the Aba ring-fence framework agreement have tested the resolve of the project and the man. The patience of lenders frayed over a project long delayed by intrigues and mischief outside of the control of the company he led. Gas supply shortfalls, low metering penetration, and a culture that views electricity as a social good and not a commercial service remain challenges the team in Aba continue to fight daily. And still, the lights in Aba shine on. Edison famously said, "I have not failed, I have simply found 10,000 ways that will not work." There is something of that spirit in the way Professor Naji speaks about the power sector, not with the bitterness of a man wronged, but with the focus of an engineer still refining his design. Because the work is not finished, and the nation, not just Aba, is in need of thinkers that will continue to forge forward. So today, as Professor Bat Naji turned 70, we do not simply stand here to celebrate his successes, but to remind ourselves to hasten to the hard work of supporting and scaling what he has built. On behalf of a grateful nation, Happy 70th birthday, Professor Bat Naji. May God bless you and your family and continue to strengthen you on this seminal journey you have been on and on which you have brought the entire country along with you. Congratulations.
Bat Naji at 70. He's a man of many firsts. He left the shores of this country, I believe, in 1977 on a sports scholarship to New York. I don't know what happened to the sports. He needs to explain to us because I don't see anything about the sports around him anymore. He veered into engineering and artificial intelligence. By the way, MIT, he was studying artificial intelligence and robotics 41 years ago. And whatever you saw, because artificial intelligence is just coming up, so you saw tomorrow. And then in 2 years and 9 months, he graduated with distinction at St. John's in New York. I did a 4-year program in 2 years and 9 months. He still needs to explain to us. 1982, he got a master's. A year later, 1983, he had a PhD. Again, you need to explain. So that's why people say you are ahead of your time. When I told my wife that I was coming for Rob's 70th birthday, he said, "Is Prof 70? Is he only 70? I said, he's achieved all these things at 70. That means he started geometry maybe less than 50. I said, yes. Then she now told me that I wasn't doing well. So, Prof, you have set a high standard, difficult for some of us to attain, but we thank God. Before I return to you, you know, sometimes you need to be careful what you ask for. My friend Emma said he needed commission. And sometimes the commission can be negative. You know why? Because geometric is still struggling. So whatever commission you get today will be debt. So you share part of the debt. The last numbers were somewhere about $800 million negative. So maybe we'll give you 10% of that. But one thing that the Emir didn't say is his greatest contribution to geometric. He didn't say anything about it. You know, sometimes he's very modest and humble. His greatest contribution was in 2011. He set up ANCOM in 2009-2010. And then by 2011, ANCOM has sucked up the 4.02 trillion naira and shut the door. And then, with all the reforms, Diamond Bank had a large chunk of the loan to geometric that was not absorbed by ANCOM. So we called him, and we said, you know, yeah, we know the door has closed, but the white man that made pencil also made eraser. So you need to open that door, take in geometric, so that we can continue learning to it. Otherwise, everything that we've done here will not work, including the conversion of the dollars to naira. That was the biggest fight I had with Professor Barton. We were looking at interest rate. I was looking at exchange rate. And we had already agreed that we needed to convert it to naira. And then, what do you convert when you didn't have any room to lend anymore? So he invited me. I went to Abuja. I sat down. He said, okay, you will think about it. And what did he do? He opened the door, took the geometric loan from Diamond Bank, closed it again, and we're now able to lend it again. So, Your Royal Highness, we want to thank you, and we want to put it on record that you're a good man. The other person we need to celebrate is the man in the room here, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. He granted the approval for Aba ring fence in May 2004. That was like an experiment. It never happened before. Forget about the legal issues between that 2004 and 2024 when it was eventually launched. But if there was no ring fence, then the economics of the project would have failed completely. So, Baba, we want to thank you. The final person I would like to recognize is the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. By the time he came to power in 2023, geometric was still struggling. Everything had been done. In fact, as far back as 2014, we had laid the 27-kilometer gas pipeline from Owaza all the way to Osisioma, where geometric was. That's in my previous life. The 3 General Electric turbines were already seated in Aba. So everything was ready. 2014. So between 2014 and 2024, nothing happened. Until the Vice President started. And I don't want to go into the stories of how Shell sold its assets that was supposed to provide the gas. Story for another day. But the important thing was that there was no gas. And if you have the turbine, have the gas pipeline, and there's no gas, then the plant is as good as useless. When the Vice President stepped in, called everybody, GMD, NMPs, everybody, and said, go and give geometric gas. How you do it, I don't want to know. 6 weeks. And that is where you know that our people can perform. In 5 weeks, they deliver gas. So February 26, 2024, geometric plant was launched or was commissioned. So I must put it on record and thank him. But back to Prof. We need to learn from your resilience. We need to learn from your can-do spirit. We need to learn from your ingenuity. Never say die. Because I know that there are not too many people that can be on a project for 20 years and no die. So we want to thank you. Let me also say that some of the things that are happening in Abia today is because we now have power. It was actually the existence of geometric that gave us the courage to launch our first set of electric buses. And interestingly, the second set will be arriving in another week. So I want to thank you. I want to celebrate you. I want to thank God for 70, and like Baba had predicted, another 50 years, we will still be here. And I'm taking courage from the airman. I ain't going nowhere, don't know about it. Having said that, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday to Prof. Thank you, Madam, for everything that you have done. Continue to support the family. Thank you so much. God bless.
Governor of Abia State, we just come to give his good message. You will agree with me that Governor Otu has done so much and so well in so short a time in Abia State that the Abia we used to know is no longer the one.
The good wishes, as has been mentioned, of our MD CEO, Engineer ndlea, who would have loved to be here, but business exigencies have kept him from doing so. But he's very much here in spirit. He has given me a few remarks to share this morning, and I read verbatim. It really is a great honor to stand before you to celebrate the life of a truly remarkable man. You here all know him as our former Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, an exceptional professional, a decorated scientist, and indeed a force to be reckoned with in the power industry. For us at Nigeria Energy Limited, Professor Bart Energy is a pillar and a backbone to one of our most reputable corporate social investment programs, and indeed our flagship CSR, the Nigeria Prize for Science and Innovation. It was sponsored by NLNG, and the prize has been in existence since 2004. And Professor Bart Energy has been with it from the very beginning. Indeed, has seen the birth of this distinguished global prize. It is therefore with pride I'd like to share a bit about our relationship with Professor. He has been long-standing and a highly influential stakeholder in the development, credibility, and the global positioning of the Nigeria Prize for Science and Innovation. While the inception, as far back as 2004, saw the start of Professor's association with the prize, it has gone on again with his guidance, with his wisdom, with his commitment to the prize, seen its conceptualization, and played a pioneering role in the vision for which this prize was set up. And that vision was really to celebrate the scientific achievement of Nigerians, or indeed scientists across the globe, whose achievements relate to the development and success of Nigeria. His keynote presentation, Leapfrogging Science and Technology in Nigeria, delivered in 2004, provided intellectual direction, reinforced the prize's ambition to drive that scientific advancement and national development, and indeed gave everyone the first flavor of a prize that has blossomed to what it is today. His early endorsement and public advocacy were crucial in raising the awareness, building the credibility among key stakeholders, scientists, policymakers, and indeed the public. His commitments continued well into 2013, following 4 consecutive years without a winner. It was for that reason, and on his advisory, NLNG initiated a stakeholders consultation to review and strengthen the prize's standing and obviously outcomes. Professor Nnaji was among a select group of respected scientific leaders invited to offer that also important strategic guidance. Taking on a more active role in his governance and administration, he was instrumental in reforms that strengthened the prize and boosted that stakeholder confidence and has given it, as I said before, the profile that it enjoys today. Over the years, Professor Nnaji has become one of the most trusted and respected figures associated with the prize. This led to his appointment, deservedly so, as chairman of the advisory board in 2022. So with its elevation of the prize, with Professor Nnaji's guidance, commitment, the international profile became something definitely of global attention. Through this extensive professional network and global standing, he has attracted high-caliber scientists and researchers worldwide, aligning with the prize's evolution into that of
former Minister of Power, on his 70th birthday, celebrated on July 13. Professor Nnaji, an engineer and chairman of Geometric Power, served as Nigeria's Minister of Power from 2011 to 2012. He also chairs the advisory board of the Nigeria Prize for Science and is the Pro-Chancellor of Bells University of Technology, Ogun State. In recognition of his expertise and patriotism, he was invited to participate in the presidential retreat for ministers and other top government officials immediately after the president assumed office in 2023. President Tinubu celebrates the innovator and administrator who brought integrity, brilliance, and discipline to his service to the nation as minister. Describing Professor Nnaji as one of the nation's critical players in the power sector, the President states further so much more that former minister demonstrated foresight and keenness of mind through the Aba Integrated Power Project. This is technology at work here. I would need the owner of the phone to come, if you don't mind, please. Where is he? Come forward, quickly, come forward. It's a message that came in specially for you, and we can't miss this, sir. So I stopped somewhere. We need to get this out. Okay. We need to continue from here. Critical players in the power sector. The President states that the former minister demonstrated foresight and keenness of mind through the Aba Integrated Power Project, Nigeria's first fully vertically integrated electricity utility, a landmark project which he pioneered and led. The project had experienced 20 years of delays, but was commissioned by Vice President Kashim Shettima on behalf of the President in February 2024. The President commends Professor Naji for his contributions to reforms in the power sector and thanks him for leading the change and charge despite the challenges. President Tinubu joins family, friends and associates to wish Professor Naji many more years in good health and even greater success in his future endeavors. Bayo Ononga, Special Advisor to the President, Information and Technology, today, July 17, 2026. Straight from the Presidency.
In ensuring the comfort of these very distinguished guests here, Your Excellency, you've done a lot of bold things. This place where we are is one of such. Enugu Air is another. But I have decided to champion one of your projects. I'm going to fund and of it and promote it. And that is His Excellency Hospital, an international hospital, just walking distance from me. And that hospital, one of the main impediments to people invest is healthcare. And I believe hospital will go a long way in being able to attract and retain investors, not just in this state, but in Nigeria. Thank you for that. I am a fan of it. Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, DCFR, PhD. I'm proud of that PhD because I was there when you got it signed. You made it possible for me and my colleagues to be in the power sector. You approved the construction of the Abuja Emergency Power Project in 2000. You approved the Aba Integrated Power Project as our Governor Alex Oji mentioned in 2004, a major achievement, because the ring fence of Aba actually is the security. Because we came to you, sir. We said, we don't want this thing that they have to give to power companies, which is sovereign guarantee. So that let's take it off from you. Give us a territory. And if you give us a territory, then we would be able to just take our fate in our own hands. In this part of the world, you say it's equivalent to the story of the dog, the bone and the spirits. You throw the bone, you throw the bone to the dog, and they begin to fight. And you're wondering what actually is happening. It's fighting with the spirits to ensure that he's in control of it. So we said, okay, this is how we are going to want to be in charge of our own fate by doing collection. A vision, it's your vision, a visionary man that have to change the way things work. But not only that, you have intervened on several occasions when we had all the issues where Nigeria was meeting us, and you would come and intervene and help to resolve our problem. Your presence here, sir, is quite fitting and satisfying to all of us. Thank you for being a father to all of us. And that is very profound to us. Thank you very much, sir. His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of this country. Our Governor of OT has already talked about what he has done. And he has sent a very senior level delegation in the person of Mr. Sadiq Waka, my brother and friend, to represent him. Mr. Vice President and his team in the villa have been quite supportive of geometric power. He represented President Tinubu during the commissioning of Aba Integrated Power Project and has held several meetings to resolve the many issues that we've had to confront. Mr. Wike, as the special advisor to the President on infrastructure and power, along with the Deputy Chief of Staff and several people in that office have been, they've really worked very hard to support us. So we'd like to extend our appreciation to you and His Excellency, Mr. Vice President. Your Excellency, Dr. Alex Oti OFR, thank you for your support over the years. From when you were, as the Emir discussed about when you were with him in First Bank, you were the strong supporter of our application for the loan. And he remembered, it's amazing, he remembered the exact amount, 9.3 billion, which at that time I think must have been like $66 million if converted that time. But through the efforts of you and him, we were able to get credit approval, even though it wasn't disbursed eventually. Financial meltdown set in, and I remember one bank managing director said to me, "Prof, we like your project, but even if your project walked on water, we will not fund it. We just won't. Things are so bad." So I want to thank you. There's a whole range of places where you helped us at Geometric Power, giving us additional funds when you became managing director of Diamond Bank, to what you worked with the governor of Central Bank to convert our loan from dollar to naira. And it just kept going. But it's quite fortuitous. It's quite incredible that you came to the governor of Abia State, where this project is. Thank God. Thank God, because you now transited your support to executive support as governor of Abia. And for one thing, I don't really have to be going to the chief executive of the state to explain what is required to get the reliable power that we're trying to deliver to continue to work. So we thank you for your continued support and partnership. And I underscore partnership, because that's what it's about. Your Royal Highness, Khalifa Sanusi II, Dr. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, CON, Emir of Ghana. I use this opportunity to thank you for the various supports you rendered to me and our company from when you were at First Bank to when you went to become the governor of Central Bank. I would say that when we were talking about this power project in Aba, there weren't many people who understood the vision. Of course, President Obasanjo understood the vision that what we were going to do, even though it's a model, but a model that can help to change the way we deliver power in Nigeria. But the finance institutions were not so forthcoming, particularly because there was no, I think we need to understand that when we started this project, it was NEPA, Nigeria Electricity Power Authority. Being an authority meant that no other power company could exist, really. So only government. And so what the profoundness of what President Obasanjo did is that he said, okay, you can have this private power company. That's how we became the first indigenous power company. Because by doing that, the field began to clear, and eventually the act that was done the subsequent year came about, the Act, Electricity Power Sector Reform Act. So, but Your Highness, you listened to me as you mentioned in the meeting that was held by your backers committee, the very first one, about support for the private sector power, which everybody was suffering. How can you be lending money for a project that will begin to turn around in 7 to 10 years, and all the banks could lend was maybe 2-year money, 3-year money at double-digit interest? It was not going to work. You changed that. I thank you very much. So I want to thank you also for honoring this gathering with your presence and your wisdom that you have so displayed eloquently and continue to display, especially with this your keynote address. I feel very humbled and highly honored by the presence of so many dignitaries here. I think that my university, Bells University of Technology, they sent high-powered delegation here of principal officers. Where are you? Yeah. Aha, they're there. I want to salute you. And they even made billboards and other things to support us here. Thank you very much. His Grace, the Archbishop Emeritus, I'd like to salute you for making it all the way here to be with us, and we hope that you will continue to be with us throughout this weekend. Our Excellency, the wife of our first president, Professor Uche Azikiwe, my greetings. I also salute Dr. Hoshfall, who is representing Nigeria LNG the Nigeria Prize for Science is an oasis of excellence to encourage young people and researchers and innovators to strive to create excellent products. And so the Nigeria Prize for Science and Innovation is about that. And that's what LNG and how they managed to really continue to support that prize. Because in the case of the Prize for Science, they award $100,000 to the winner each year. And it's a huge encouragement for people to work hard to be successful in technology area. The President General of Ohaneze, I greet you, our geometric family, but there are so many dignitaries, like I said. We have senators. Senator Abariga, I see Senator Chukwu, please, and there may be some others. I know that if I continue to go this way, I will definitely commit major omission. Many top federal and state government officials, members of the National Assembly, members of State Assembly and State Executive Councils, the judiciary, royal fathers, my friend and brother Ezra is here, the chairman of Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council. I salute there are so many of you here. Igwe Ema, Igwe Aguzu, where is he? I know him. Please don't sack me from Nkanu East, because the chairman of Nkanu East, where I come from, Nkanu East Local Government Traditional Rulers Council, and their whole traditional rulers, they are here. Please, my greetings to you. And so, for everyone in this room, and everyone watching from afar, I want to thank you for being part of this. I would like to say the MCs will continue to do the recognition, because there's no way to recognize all these very, very eminent and distinguished witnesses. I would have launched, because of time, I would have just launched into talking about artificial intelligence and robotics, but I will spare you that burden, so I will not. Just suffice it to say that if you look into about 2050, I know that there was prayer by Baba for me to stay to 120. So there may be some device from artificial intelligence might be able to help with that. But I don't know. So I won't talk so much about this, but I would say that there are things based on our experience in research that we've done in e-design, and what the applications of this work in the world, which in fact many of my former PhD students that are teaching in many universities in America and other places in the world, and some that are in top companies, continue to carry on. What we were working on at that time and predicting are now more commonplace. And so if you look into 2050, what it will look like is going to be quite interesting. For example, you may find that it will be possible for a person to have a drug made specifically for that person. Diagnosis obviously is done for a person, but the system, things can be tailor-made for you based on your blood tests, based on your genome, etc. All these things will combine together, and you get predictions that will make it possible for, instead of medicine being reactive, can be predictive. You can even have children who have personal tutors, so that the teaching will be of international world standard and with a cheap device which people can afford, thereby making it possible for education not to be about who is rich or who is poor, but bringing highest quality education to people of any level, at any level, in their homes, God's possible. So I won't bore you with all that. I will just go to talk about something that might be quite enjoyable, which is we have a product in this part of the world which some of us enjoy, palm wine. Yes? So, I noticed that palm wine production is actually a highly technical art. It's an art. Very difficult to, first people have to climb the tree, some of them very high, with a rope that's called abu in our place. And when they get there, they have to make mark of a specific part of the tree. Okay, that is the outgrowth, something that is supposed to either produce the palm wine or the type where that produces palm fruits. So that is one that is used, but that's where it gets quite technical. Now, I found out that in my village, that the number of tappers have dwindled. The number has dwindled to 3. And those 3 are old, and they get sick quite often. So what it means is that very soon, there may not be any tappers again. And you can imagine how that will make me feel. So, I thought we should think outside the box. And I remember a drink called Red Bull. So Red Bull is a drink found that started really in Thailand. An Australian business person went to Thailand and had the drink and liked it, and began to think that he could convert this into energy drink. And he decided to rename it. Called Cretin Dam at the time. So Cretin Dam wouldn't be something that will resonate with people in the West. So he decided to rename it Red Bull. So now it's Red Bull. Would you know? This was in 1980. So they repackaged this drink, and today it is revenue is over $14 billion. So I asked, couldn't we have very bright people? Let's set a challenge to our engineers around the country. And let us try to solve two things in the challenge. One is how to get the climber to the place where it should be done. And then how to now do the actual harvesting. So we set up a challenge, and it was announced as school efforts. My wife and the whole bunch of her team went out to work, and I think they're going to talk more about it, so I don't want to reveal too much. But what I want to tell you is that our intention was to solve the problem. These are the people who have supported us in several ways. Professor Ken came all the way from America with his wife, Sherry. Please, I salute you for coming. Because when the Emir was talking about African commentary, it was really about because he was the editor, he's the one who was powering on. Mine was, I was just a supporter in it, yes? But he was the one, the man in the middle, as they say. So thank you for coming. Thanks, everyone.
Very much. We want to recognize the presence of former Inspector General of Police, retired Chief Ogonna Onovo. We also want to recognize Chief Ben Etiaba FCA. We have here with us His Excellency Ambassador Anderson Madubike, former High Commissioner to Australia. We have Ambassador Major General C.O. retired, former Ambassador to Poland. We have Professor Osita Obu here with his lovely wife, Professor Silk Obu of Lagos Business School. Also here with us we have Dr. Ohebula, the CMP Memphis Hospital. He is also here with us. The list is too long, but we'll continue to do just...
Last year you were back in Aba, cutting the tape on the news of stations in Agoyi. That is why we are calling this conversation Barring Tomorrow. Because the question Your Excellency and Professor Naj is set to answer in 2004 on whether Nigeria could build its way out of darkness is one this country is still grappling with. Your Excellency, by way of ordinary remark, in your first encounter with President, what gave you the idea, the impression that the idea of private power in Nigeria could work?
Sheldon, thank you very much. Thank you. You know, they call this fireside chat. And here we are, we're having chat, they're fire. So I have to clear my throat. Sheldon, what you did not refer to was that I was in government before 2004. I was military head of state. And for 4 years, infrastructure was a nightmare. Transportation, communication, energy, even sanitation, a nightmare. So when I came back, the second time, I was ready to grab at anything, any idea, and to try, provided it sounded reasonable. And when Professor Naji came more than normally should do. I checked his background. A man of his background, academic attainment, achievement, and all that, I saw that he was not fake. He was not playing games. He was giving me ideas. And if what we have tried in the past have not worked as we thought they should have worked, why don't we try something else? And we tried. And the point really, sharing this, in all these things, and you can hear Professor Naji mention, it is partnership. It is not working in silos. We have to hear what Dr. Alek, what he did in that partnership, or within that cooperation, if you don't want to use the word partnership. What the Emma did before he became an Emma, when he was an ordinary not citizen, ordinary blood. No, he is blue blood now. Ordinary red blood like us. Now, and then, of course, what they credited to me that I did. And this is the way you will see it in any of these things where we have made progress. And what Naji had done, the support he has got, the encouragement he has got, the assistance he has got, the partnership that can work with him, the cooperation that he has got, is what made us to be able to celebrate them. And then, as you rightly said, I was there last year. And I will say this, in the last 2 years, there are 2 private enterprises or industries or whatever you call it that I visited, and I see that there is hope for this country, just wait. And the 2 of them, one is Naji's geometric power in Naba. The second, thank you, the second one is the refinery of Calico in Lagos. They are all, both of them are private, and both of them came to be because of partnership, because of cooperation, because of resilience of those who are in charge. They are forward-looking, they are foresight, and they are never giving up. And that's what we need. And we got it in Naji. And I believe the lesson for all of us is that it can be done. A calculated risk, but know that you cannot do it alone. And if you do not get the support, the encouragement, the partnership that you should get, try and try and try and work for that partnership. If you do not get that partnership, you aren't going anywhere. It is, you just have to understand that. Now, as you rightly said, Professor Naji came. It could have been a fake. It could have been Now, if that initial support got in 2004 was not there, then the subsequent ones will not have been there. And then when you get that one, then even those of us, like me then, and he said that, I should not leave him alone. If he requires anything, I should be able to give it. And that they were doing all along the way. And that is very important. You see, I found something when I became head of state, military head of state. The civil servants, they do not, I think they have improved a lot now. At that time, they felt that anybody in the private sector who is trying to invest, is trying to reap where he does not sow, or where he did not sow. So they try to discourage him. Who is taking a risk? Entrepreneurs are risk takers. And if you are in the civil service, touch each other's hand so that I'll stop at 60. 65. 68. 69. 70.
this book in the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Congratulations. The dignitaries will hold the book. Prof. Okay. I understand there's another book of tributes. Can we get a copy? So, Prof, very many people have sent their tribute, and all those tributes are contained here. I know as a professor you will find time to read all our tributes. So we present this tribute book to you and say congratulations and happy birthday. I understand that the first tribute is from President Goodluck Jonathan. Thank you, congratulations.
Professor petermbah is here to announce the recipients. Come up the stage one more time. The current chairman of Traditional Rulers Council in the state. Got it very well. Our celebrants.
Was a keenly contested challenge. We had 392. And then the first winner are two people, two committees. Yeah. Favor, this is yours.
So, to the grace of God, we're handing over this check of 2 million naira to encourage you. Yes, we were celebrating a great man who saw tomorrow 41 years ago. He was studying robotics, studying AI, what we are studying today. We thank God for the day. Thank God for the privileges of having our excellencies here. We thank God for having a came up to the judge in the state is Anthony Mbadiwe and Stephen.
Good afternoon.
our story. So congratulations, Professor Naji.
Distinguished ladies and well, thank you very much.
The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity. But do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked. And this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Uchi. Good health is not only about treating illnesses when they occur. It is also about taking proper care of our bodies every day. Many people experience common body pains such as back pain, waist pain, neck pain, and muscle aches, often without understanding their causes or knowing the appropriate steps to manage them. While some pains may result from poor posture, stress, or physical strain, others may be early warning signs of underlying health conditions that require medical attention. Practicing proper health care and knowing when to seek professional help are essential for maintaining overall well-being and preventing complications. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We take a short break now. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important aspect of everyday wellness, self-care management. Understanding common body pains and their management. Body pain is one of the most common health complaints among people of all ages. Whether it is back pain from long hours of sitting, waist pain caused by poor posture, or muscle aches resulting from stress and physical activity. Knowing how to manage these conditions safely can significantly improve one's quality of life. Unfortunately, many individuals rely on self-medication or unsafe home remedies without first understanding the cause of their discomfort. While some pains can be managed through healthy self-care practices, others may require prompt medical evaluation and treatment. Our focus today is self-care management, understanding common body pains and their management. Joining us in the studio is the Assistant Director of Nursing and Health Education, who will help us understand the causes of common body pains, safe self-care practices before and after hospital visits, and when it is necessary to seek professional medical attention. Welcome, ma. Mrs. Dozier Charity. Welcome, ma. It's glad to have you in the studio this afternoon. Okay, we would like to get down to the discussion. Now, we are talking about self-care management, how to understand and manage our body. All those signs, whether it be back pain or whatever it may be. So we want to understand this self-care management in terms of your profession. what is self-care management? What does it mean and why is it important in our everyday life?
Each individual is a master of his or her own body. You are the one, like when we talk of pain, you can't really see pain with your eyes. And when somebody said, maybe my leg or my knee is paining me, and the person points at that, points at the area where he or she is feeling the pain. When you look at that place, you will not see it. So pain is a matter of what the brain is able to tell the body that this is what is happening. Pain is like an alarm, an alert to the body that something is happening somewhere. Self-care is what an individual can do by himself, either to avoid or to reduce the pain he or she is experiencing.
Okay. Why is it important in our everyday life, in our health? Why is it important?
Looking at the causes or the things that may lead to pain, like when you talk of bad posture, when you talk of the type of job the person is doing, when you talk of stress, when you talk of the kind of food the person is eating, all these things contribute to the health of the individual. So that person is the one that is completely in charge. He knows how he or she is taking care of his body. And is also the person that will also help his body to be healthy.
Okay. There are several misconceptions under this topic, self-care management. A lot of people see it as self-medication. Okay, what do you have to say about that? And do you think, apart from this misconception, there is more to it?
Self-medication is part of self-care, but when the pain starts and you take the routine thing people usually take, over-the-counter drug, and you check your body, the pain is not reducing, there are other things you need to do. But before even going to drug, it's better that we even avoid this pain from happening than allowing it to start. Then you now start to go to the chemist or to go and get over the counter drug. If you are a person that is always engaged in a job that doesn't allow you to have much activities during the day, maybe you sit time at a place more hours in a day, you have to engage yourself in some exercises after the job. Some people that drive, when they come out from their car, it is good that they have some hours of walking exercise. In the house, if you have a low chair, maybe this kitchen stool that is very low, one have to avoid any chair he or she will sit on, and will have a full flexion of the knee and the hip. It affects the health of the individual. As well as in our homes, we have upholstery, and we call it luxury. But some of these things can as well lead to body pain. If one is sitting on an upholstery that is not firm enough and is low, after using it for a long time, the person will develop either knee pain or waist pain. Also, the bed one is using also constitutes to pain in the body. If the foam is not firm enough, if it is sag, it can cause pain even after sleeping and waking up.
Okay, in your experience as a healthcare professional, how well do you feel people understand this word self-care management?
I don't think people have a better understanding of it. People only focus on rushing across the road, getting medication and taking. I think that is much they know about this self-care of it.
So do you think is because there's not much awareness on self-care management, or it's just ignorance?
One, not having much awareness. At the same time, some people may even know, some people may even have knowledge of it and they not want to do it.
Okay, okay. Now, let's talk about this body pain that you mentioned earlier. It's quite a common complaint we hear among many individuals. What are some of the type of body pain? Can you mention it and explain the causes or factors that, activate something like this or result to this body pain?
Body pain can be acute pain. And when it is acute, it means it is just sudden, which may result from an injury. Which can as well resolve on its own, or maybe after treatment has been given. And if the injury heals, the pain will go. Then, pain can be chronic, which is pain that is existing over 1 month, over 2 months, keep reoccurring and lasting for years. Then there are other pains like pain that may arise as a result of nerve damage. And there are other pain that can arise as a result of emotions, psychosomatic pain.
Okay, let's move back to self-medication. Self-medication has become quite common in our society. From your experience as a healthcare professional, from a healthcare professional's perspective, do you think there are risks, there are risks with managing pain through self-medication?
A lot of risk is involved in managing pain with self-medication. A drug that handles pain now, somebody may take it for pain maybe next week, and the pain will not go. And the person may want to increase the dosage, and will keep increasing the dosage and getting results, but not knowing that the drug as well is doing some underground damage in the person's body system. Sometimes people may go to hospital and doctor will prescribe drugs for them. They will now use it, it will give them relief. When such experience comes up again, they will just go over there, go at the over the counter, buy the same drug, and come back and start to take. It is not advisable. Knowing that drug is poison, it is just poison, so it needs to be taken with every carefulness, because if you don't take it as it is supposed to be taken, it may cause more damages which that person cannot imagine.
Okay, for the sake of the viewers watching, what do you mean when you say drug is poison? Can you please throw more light to that?
It is chemical compound to which the dosage to which it is allowed is the dosage to which the body can contain the makeup of the drug. So any mistake of taking it more than the dosage can be harmful to the body system.
Okay, okay. We'll be right back. We'll take a short break now. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. You're still watching How It Matters on Aneke TV. And our discussion on self-care management, understanding common body pains and their management continues. Okay, as we are still talking about self-medication, you know, what are other practices that people often mistake for self-care, which can actually be harmful to our health? You know, other practices that people, like habits of people, which they do every single day, but they are harmful to our health.
Some, if they don't take drugs, some may even engage in alcohol drinks. Some may even go for herbal drinks, which doesn't have standard dosage.
Okay, let's talk on that herbal drinks which you just talked. These are one of the misconceptions people normally have, that taking herbal drugs is also a way of, it's just a practice for self-care instead of having to go to a professional to seek medical attention. So do you feel like those things, are they not harmful to our health?
It is harmful to our health in the sense that the contents of the thing they are drinking we are not scientifically prepared. So both the ones that are good to the health and the ones, everything is still inside it. They can't really be sure if all the content they are drinking are all good to their health. And when we are talking about this self-care anyway, it's not really as regards taking those things. There are activities one should be doing, either in the house or in the office, in order to help himself or herself be relieved or be free of pain.
Okay, so at what point should body pain be seen as a signal to seek professional attention?
Like I said, some pain can be acute. If somebody have injury, the person that is bleeding, the person doesn't have any option than to go to the hospital. Then, in the acute, in the chronic one, maybe the person have taken this over-the-counter drug and have observed the thing is not going. The person needs to go to the hospital. So when the pain cannot allow the person to sleep, or cannot even allow the person to carry out his or her daily activities, or even to go to his or her jobs, the person needs to go to the hospital.
Okay. Earlier you mentioned that self-care is not bad, but it should be taken in the right way, in the right manner. So following medical treatment, what role does self-care management play in the recovery process of a body pain?
The role it plays is that if the body pain is a result of physical activities, the things that the person used to do, and it will aggravate the pain. If the person stops engaging in those activities, the pain will stop, or the pain will reduce. If the person is not engaging in exercises and starts engaging in exercises, the pain will reduce or even stop.
Okay, now how you talked about the exercises. How important are these healthy exercises or lifestyle in preventing recurring body pains?
Exercises strengthens the muscles and the ligaments of the body. When the muscle is active and strong, it will perform its activities. There will be no aches. And when you want to use your body, if it is active, it will respond to use. But if it is not active, it may even have some tears or overstretching because of disuse.
Okay. Finally, what key message would you like to leave for our viewers on healthcare and how they'll be able to practice a safe healthcare and, a responsible healthcare management?
Self-care management is not just going over the counter to buy one drug or the other to take. When you eat healthy food, you will live a healthy life. When you assume a good posture, your body will not complain. There will be no pain. If you engage in activities when your work do not allow you, so when you are done with your work and you come back to the house, you engage in some physical activities, it will help in maintaining individual health.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. We sincerely thank you for those valuable information on healthcare management. And that brings us to the end of today's program. Remember, pain is your body's way of communicating that something may need attention. Listening to your body, adopting healthy lifestyle practices, and seeking timely medical advice can go a long way in preventing complications and promoting a healthier life. Thank you for watching us on Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Uche. See you next time.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sides represent focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also used reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Quadrant and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will lose your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Yamela Madia, who me would have won, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over soon.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.